The 22nd of November 2021, and I'm now going to open this public inquiry. Can you all please put your videos on if you haven't already, so I can see everyone, and put your microphones to mute if you've not already done so, and give me the thumbs up to indicate you can hear me. Marvelous. Just a moment. And sorry, could you do that again? Because I've had to switch screen. Yes, marvelous. There we go. Right, I can see everybody now. There we are. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay. There's a number of things I'm just going to need to go through, I think, before we commence. So I'll just get on with that just now. So this inquiry is into the application for Scottish Power Renewables Limited for the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy development on land covering the Achaglas and Gartnagranach estates in Kintyre under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and Section 57.2 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, DPA reference WIN-130-5. The proposal includes 19 wind turbines, 2 solar arrays, battery storage facility and associated substation control compound, and new and improved access tracks. My name is Nick Smith, and joining me is Karen Haywood. We are both reporters working for the Scottish Government's Planning Environmental Appeals Division, DPEA. We have been appointed by Scottish ministers to prepare a report and recommendations for them about whether the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy development should be approved or not. Throughout this inquiry, we will refer to this as the proposal, or the proposed development, or the Sheirdrim proposal. So any of those means the proposal we are considering during this inquiry. I'll let Karen Haywood introduce herself now properly, so that you can all make sure you can hear her. So Karen, just over to you for a moment.
Morning, everyone. I'm Karen Haywood, and as Mr. Smith said, I've been appointed jointly with him to conduct this inquiry and to thereafter write a report for Scottish ministers, making a recommendation as to whether or not the proposed wind farm should go ahead. During the course of the inquiry, Mr. Smith will speak most from our end, but I will have something to say every now and again. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, so as a result of objections by Argyll and Bute Council, Scottish ministers decided that a public inquiry would be held into these proposals. Objections from Historic Environment Scotland and by West Kintyre Community Council are also being considered, and various other consultation responses and written representations were also made regarding the proposal. In terms of process, this public inquiry will take the form of formal inquiry sessions into landscape and visual matters and into historic environment matters relating to Dunskeek. There will also be less formal hearing sessions covering socio-economic, recreation and tourism matters and draft conditions, and I'll talk about those in more detail shortly. The main purpose of today's session is to make sure that we understand the positions of each participant on landscape and visual, including cumulative effects, and where there is dispute, we need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute. And this is so that this can be clearly set out in our report for Scottish ministers. What I'd now like to do is invite each of today's participants to introduce themselves and their teams. This is just to make sure, one, everybody knows who everybody is, and two, to make sure everybody can hear everybody. So first of all, for the applicant, Mr. Ennis, please.
Yes, good morning, sir. Thank you. My name is Colin Ennis, and I'm a partner in the law firm of Shepton & Wedderburn, and I appear on behalf of the applicants throughout the public inquiry and hearing sessions. In terms of this first public inquiry session, into landscape and visual matters, the applicants have one witness, Ms. Kelly Anderson, who's a chartered member of the Landscape Institute and has 26 years experience in landscape architecture, and she is a landscape planning director with Stevenson Halliday Limited, which is an environmental planning and landscape group, which is now part of the RSK group. In terms of timings, I would I'm partly in your hands. I mean, one of the issues that we've probably found in the virtual process is that screen time is pretty valuable in the sense of too long on screen and people become to get tired, and it is a longer day in some respects than sitting in a room where it is easier. In that context, what we're proposing to do is perhaps not read the full precognition, but perhaps read edited parts of it and then I've got a couple of supplementary matters that arise. But that's with your consent, sir. But that was just a suggestion to try and keep matters flowing and not spend the, it's as I say, time is important, and our case is largely set out, and therefore it's perhaps appropriate to perhaps slightly edit the full precondition, but to read out the key passages and then move to a couple of supplemental matters with your agreement, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I was going to come on to that, but you've prompted me to mention that now. My intention was that we would take recognitions as read. I'm obviously happy for parties to identify the evidence that they want to present, of course, but I think that's probably the simplest thing. And I'll come on to timings as well during the discussion before we get going properly. So now over to Argyll and Bute Council. Mr. O'Carroll, please, if you can introduce yourself and your team.
Good morning, sir. My name is Maurice O'Carroll. I'm an advocate with the Scottish Bar. I'm instructed to represent Argyll and Bute Council in their opposition to the proposal. My team is Arlene Knox, who is a planner with Argyll and Bute Council, and I also have a witness with me who is Carol Anderson, who is a chartered member of the Landscape Institute, and also she was the author of the Argyll and Bute Landscape Wind Energy Capacity Study. Might perhaps need to address you in a moment about witness availability, but I will just stop there, sir, because I've introduced myself as you asked.
Do you want to just mention, you'd mentioned there about witness availability, because I'd understood that there was a second witness that was likely to be appearing for you. Do you want to just explain your point about that?
Beg your pardon, I ought to have said that I have Carol Anderson as a witness. Also, I have Councillor Sandy Taylor, who will also be giving evidence directly after the second Miss Anderson. I received news this morning with regard to my primary landscape witness, Miss Anderson, who I introduced a moment ago, about availability. I understand there's been a family crisis with her. I was about to go into a little bit more detail. However, I think I saw her log on a moment ago. I wonder if perhaps Mr. Mason could confirm whether or not Carol Anderson is on the call.
We can see Carol Anderson's name. Carol Anderson, are you able to put on your video so that we can see that you've been able to join us?
Hello, Mr. Smith. Yes, I can join you. I don't know if Mr. O'Carroll wants to explain my current issue with availability. I am just about to catch a train, but have just logged on briefly just to get an inkling of what might happen in terms of programming.
Fair enough. Okay. That's fine. Thank you very much. Mr. O'Carroll?
Well, the situation is that Miss Anderson has just received some very upsetting news with regard to her mother, and she feels that she has to go immediately to Norfolk to join her, which is a 6-hour train journey apparently, in order to be by her side. And as a result of that, Carol Anderson was due to potentially give evidence either later this afternoon today or tomorrow. But standing that, there might be difficulties with that if she has to be down at Norfolk to be by her mother's side due to the family emergency that has arisen. I've got the inquiry program in front of me, and we do have a number of sections for overspill and other free days. So I don't think anything with regard to Ms. Anderson should disrupt the inquiry today. But I do want to flag now that there is a possibility that she might not fit in directly at the end of the applicant's evidence as had been planned, and she might require to be placed in at another point in the inquiry.
Okay, thank you for identifying that for us. Yes, of course, you must, Karen, you must go to where you need to be going to. Yes, we have scheduled some overspill time. And I think that can be used to accommodate the issues that you've identified for us. So thank you for sharing those. I suspect, yes, what's perhaps best, Mr. O'Carroll, is it possible to bring Councillor Taylor forward at an earlier point if needs be?
Oh, certainly, yes. I would lead him after the applicant's evidence, and then we would deal with Ms. Carol Anderson's evidence at a later point.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's perfectly acceptable and understandable. So I think what we'll do is we'll proceed as planned. We'll see where we get to by the end of today. If Councillor Taylor needs to present his evidence today or early tomorrow, then, or I'm sorry, if we get to the end of today and we're in a position to know more, then we'll do that. But we've got overrun sessions. I think we'll make a judgment as the day goes on about that. But yes, Carol Anderson, I think we quite understand the issues that you've identified for us. So
Thank you.
Please do go with all speed to to Norfolk where you need to go.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll deal with those issues. We'll make a final judgment on that towards the end of the day about exactly which day we use and what have you. But thank you for bringing that to our attention. Okay, and we'll move on now to West Kintyre Community Council, please.
So my name is Margaret Pratt. I'm the convener of West Kintyre Community Council and have been for the last 9 years. And I'm here mainly to represent the views of the local community, for which we have had many meetings, not just with ourselves of the community, but also with SPR Renewables in the initial stages. My precognitions, I think, state our case. And that's about it, I think.
No problems. Thank you very much. Okay. Now I'm just checking because there may also be some observers on screen, I think. Okay, that's fine. I've just got a few more things to say, which I'll take us through. So I'll probably be the next just over 5 minutes. I think there's a number of things I need to run through. So for those watching but not participating, and as a reminder to participants, pre-examination meeting was held in June 2021 to guide the procedures for this inquiry and its consideration of the proposed development. That meeting can be found in the DPA webcast library under the reference WIN-130-5, and minutes of that meeting can be found on the DPA website using the same reference. Karen Haywood and I carried out unaccompanied site inspections of the site and locality in late August and early September of 2021. This included site visits to the islands of Arran, Gia, Isla and Jura and associated ferry routes. It also included travelling along the B8024, A83, B924 and B8001, amongst others, parts of the Kintyre Way and various localities and viewpoints, including coastal areas and high ground across South Knapdale and the Kintyre Peninsula. After this inquiry concludes, we will decide whether or not we need to make further site visits to the area. I need to make an announcement, obviously, about broadcasting live. All inquiry and hearing sessions pertaining to this case will be broadcast live on the internet for the public to follow. They will also be recorded and stored as part of the DPA's webcast archive and will be capable of repeated viewing. By participating in these virtual sessions, participants are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to them contained in those for webcasting and training purposes and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. And further details can be found in the DPA privacy policy, and links to that can be found in the privacy notice section on the gov.scot website. So that's that bit. Virtual proceedings. As a result of COVID-19, a number of Section 36 application inquiries have been conducted using virtual proceedings, and I'm sorry that it wasn't been possible for us to hold this inquiry in person. Given the experience to date and other proceedings, I'm confident we can ensure that this will run as smoothly as possible and allows all participants to contribute fully. So let's keep our fingers crossed to the Wi-Fi gods and make sure this all goes smoothly for us. Participants have been advised of the programme for the inquiry, and obviously we've just been discussing elements of that with the dates and timings for each session, and hearing sessions have been circulated, agendas have been circulated for the respective sessions. For those watching, I'm just going to run through the timetable to be followed. So today we've commenced at 10, but on each of the remaining days we will commence at 09:30. Today we will focus on the landscape of visual, including cumulative effects. As we've just been discussing, we'll see where we get to today, and it is likely then that we'll reconvene next week on one of the overspill sessions to hear Carol Anderson's evidence. And I think we'll make some we'll make an announcement via correspondence to just confirm that with people so that everybody understands. On Wednesday and Thursday of this week, we'll be focusing on the historic environment relating particularly to Dunskeag. Now, in general, if by the end of each of the days more time is still required, then we'll look at the overspill sessions, and we've just been discussing that, and we'll determine if other slots need to be used. And if no sessions overrun, then we won't use the later ones that are programmed for that. Friday of this week, the 26th of November, is a public holiday, and so there'll be no sessions on that day. And in week 2, we've already discussed that we'll be looking to use Monday the 29th to hear Carol Anderson's evidence. Tuesday the 30th of November will be a hearing session into socio-economic recreation and tourism effects, commencing at 09:30. Wednesday, 1st of December, will be a hearing session covering the draft conditions, and that will commence at 09:30. The final day, Thursday, the 2nd of December, is programmed as an overrun session, and we will determine as proceedings continue whether we need to use that day. As you were today, please be ready to join the meeting at least 15 minutes before the start, so that our IT team can admit all participants and make sure everything works. We're going to look to try and finish each day around 4 p.m. If we're in a position where someone's in the middle of doing stuff and they need to carry on a little, then that gives us a little bit of freedom to do that. So we'll ask how people are feeling about doing that, and we'll look to take breaks. Mr. Innes was referring to this earlier on. We'll look to take breaks. We'll probably check with you about every hour or so, and then see where people are. We'll allow an hour for lunch, and I'm intending that to be around 1 p.m. Excuse me. And as I say, yes, we appreciate that this can be quite intense, concentrating on the issues and looking at screens. So if anybody feels a need to pause or recap on anything, then please just signal to me in the first instance, and we'll look at doing that. However, witnesses are expected to remain on screen with their video on for the duration of their evidence-giving session, except for lunch and breaks. Are all parties clear and happy with what I've just said? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, the witness precognitions, inquiry statements, reports, and other documents have already been made available on a memory stick to all participants. Can I please thank the applicant for putting that together and for liaising with all parties to assemble those documents and the core document list for us. A small number of late documents were accepted after the memory sticks were circulated, and the late documents have been circulated to participants, and you've all had the opportunity to add those to your memory stick if you wish. Are all parties okay with the core documents? Yes, 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 okay. As all parties have the documents, it's not planned to show them on the webcast. Parties will be expected to work from their own electronic devices or paper copies to access the relevant material. We'll be doing the same here, and you will see us turning to look at paper copies and study our screens or electronic for the electronic documents. Normally, paper copies of these documents would be made available in the inquiry venue for the general public by the council. However, because of COVID emergency legislation, the council is not required to make these available, these arrangements, and so instead the documents have been published on the DPA website under the reference WIN-130-5. During the proceedings, you may need to use other electronic communications devices. That's acceptable so long as they're not audible. And parties are also reminded that witnesses should not be included in such communications. All parties must adhere to government guidance on COVID-19 when participating. Some of you may be sharing an office or room space with other colleagues, as are we. Please maintain a safe distance, have adequate ventilation, and avoid close contact or sharing with documents and equipment. If any participant or reporter, for that matter, is taken ill during the proceedings, we will need to adjourn and ensure that the appropriate medical attention is sought. We'll then liaise with parties as soon as possible to determine when to reconvene the inquiry. We may also need to take breaks if there are technical difficulties to allow people to re-establish connection or to rejoin if necessary. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go. A member of our IT staff, Graham, is overseeing this event today and will be here to address any technical issues that arise from our end. For those watching today's proceedings and not familiar with the inquiry process, the normal sequence will be as follows. The advocate or solicitor introduces their witness, who gives their evidence in chief, usually covering matters raised by other parties that they have not seen before preparing their own precognition. The witness is then cross-examined by opposing parties. Following this, if we, the reporters, have any questions, we will ask these. The witness can then be asked questions by their own advocate or solicitor, and this is often referred to as re-examination. When all of the evidence is given, the parties will then have the opportunity to submit closing statements in writing. The timings for submission of closing statements and summaries of case has already been set out in the minutes of the pre-examination meeting. For the inquiry sessions, precognitions are taken as read, as I was mentioning earlier, and so witnesses will not be expected to read from them in full or in part. So therefore, I expect that the cross-examination will focus on those matters that are in dispute. We may intervene if we consider the questions or the answers are straying into areas that don't need to be included in our report. We also ask that before a witness starts giving evidence or cross-examination begins, that the main documents to be referred to are identified, and that should allow all of us to access them in advance and facilitate the smooth flow of proceedings. The hearing sessions next week are less formal than the inquiry sessions I've just described. Their discussions chaired by the reporters. Agendas for each hearing session setting out the matters to be discussed have been prepared and circulated to participants. In addition to the evidence considered during the inquiry and hearing session, our report and recommendations to Scottish ministers will also consider a range of matters raised in consultation responses and written submissions and representations submitted to Scottish Government's Energy Consents Unit and to Argyll and Bute Council. Details of all of these can be viewed on the DPA website under the reference for this case. Before I move on to some general housekeeping matters, I'd like to remind all parties of the importance of being courteous with each other throughout these proceedings. You'll no doubt hear people say things that you don't agree with, but please be polite and respectful. Please give other parties the time and courtesy they need to express their views, give their evidence and answer questions in the same way that you would expect this to be done for you. Okay. So the use of microphones will be important in a virtual event such as this to indicate who is speaking and to record what they say. So please mute your mic if you aren't speaking to minimize unnecessary interruptions. If you need to attract my attention, please turn on your video and raise your hand, and any points raised should be addressed to me in the first instance. Please be patient, as at least some of the time we'll probably forget to mute or unmute ourselves, including the reporters. So please be aware of that. Fire alarm tests. Is anybody expecting a fire alarm test in their building this morning? Okay. Nobody's saying yes. We're not either. So if you have tests for your fire alarm in your office, just as the days go ahead, please let us know. And if you have an emergency, please don't hesitate to depart, but ask us to hold proceedings, and we may decide to continue depending on the stage of the inquiry. At the end of this introduction, I'd like to ask all participants not involved in giving evidence or in cross-examination of witnesses to switch off their video and put their mic to mute. Before we move on to the start of the inquiry session, are there any questions on any of the matters I've discussed this morning? Okay, nobody seems to have any queries. Okay, and we picked up this morning and have responded to accept some late documents that were submitted by the applicant. Mr. Innes, I understand that the documents that were submitted, the visualizations, this was a typing error in the reference for those that has been corrected by what was submitted, and that there was no material change to the submission. Perhaps if you can just confirm that for us, that would be helpful.
Yes, so that's absolutely correct. We either had a choice of writing in to say there was an error and ignore it, or try and sort it properly. And I think history tells us that if you don't sort it properly, what happens is that in a few weeks' time, everyone's forgotten about it, and when you go back to the documents, they're wrong. So it's better to sort it rather than just to say that there's a problem. So that's what we've attempted to do. And in relation to the latter document, we obviously only got the error clear decision last week, and that dealt with that particular issue on conditions, which had been considered at that inquiry. And given the clear decision of the ministers on that point, we thought it appropriate to not take that up here and to liaise with the council over the implications of that. And we're very grateful for the very swift response that we've received from the council, and that's hopefully narrowed issues in relation to conditions for next week. But we thought it was appropriate, given that came in last week, to deal with it.
Okay, thank you very much for confirming that. And so then to inquiry session 1, landscape and visual, including cumulative effects. As I said before, we're expecting to use all day today, and it looks like we will substitute tomorrow's session for one next week, and we'll confirm later today when we've had a chance to make the arrangements so that everyone can have sight of the correspondence relating to that. So my understanding is that first we'll hear from Mr. Innes and his witness, Kelly Anderson. Then we will hear, possibly depending on time, from Mr. O'Carroll and Argyll and Bute Council, and in that instance, perhaps Councillor Sandy Taylor, depending on where we are today and whether we stretch into next week to hear Councillor Taylor. And I think it's likely as well that we'll hear from Margaret Pratt at West Kintyre Community Council, probably in next week's session, depending on how quickly we move through things today. As was mentioned earlier, we have 2 witnesses with the same surname, so we will try and refer to them by first name and surname, that way to eliminate as much confusion as possible. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Mr. Innes for the applicant to begin, please. Over to you, Mr. Innes.
I think, sorry, Mr. Carroll appeared to have a point that he wished to make.
I'm sorry, Mr. O'Carroll.
There was a hand gesture.
Thank you, Mr. Innes. Thank you, Mr. Representative of you. It was just that the only issue with regard to
I'm sorry, we're getting a little bit of feedback just now. I think, Mr. Innes, are you muted? Okay, there we go. Sorry, Mr. O'Carroll.
I just wanted, obviously we've got an issue with Carol Anderson's evidence for tomorrow, but we might well still require tomorrow for other landscape and visual evidence.
Yes, thank you. That's worthwhile to make that point. Yes, I think we probably need to see where we've got to throughout today, and I think I'll take soundings on that towards the end of the day and see where people are. It's entirely possible that we will use part of tomorrow and then pause and adjourn to hear Carol Anderson's evidence in the future session. Sorry, Mr. Carroll.
And there is one other matter. I circulated a list of documents that I'll be referring to in the course of my questioning of Kelly Anderson, and I wanted to check that you received that.
I'm not clear whether I've had that. No, I don't think so.
Okay. I thought as much, because what I did was I sent an email round to the programming officer, which was Karen Cowie, who
Yes.
normally is the point of contact, but then I got an out of office message until tomorrow for that.
I see.
But I think it's quite important that you do have a note of all of the documents that I'm going to be referring to, because there are quite a few, and it will assist with the smooth flowing of the inquiry if you have them already to hand. Now, I've got a list of those, So I can, if you give me an email address, I can pass those on, or I could ask Ms. Knox to then pass them on, whichever would be easiest.
That's okay. We can make a specific request in the office to have that material forwarded to us in Karen Cowie's absence. So that's not a problem. But if you can read them out.
Sorry, Nick. I can get onto that. I'll contact somebody in the admin side and sort that out for you.
Thank you very much, Graham.
All right.
Sorry for those of you who didn't realise that was Graham, who's hosting the meeting for us, is able to sort that out, so we can have those things forwarded to us.
That's all I had, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ennis.
If there's no other points, then I'm happy to proceed and invite Mr. Innes to begin. Okay, Mr. Innes, then over to you.
Mr. Innes, then over to you. Thank you, sir. The first and only witness in this session from part of the applicant is Ms. Kelly Anderson. Given that we're going to take the preconditions as read, I just wanted to raise one matter within your precondition to make sure, because it's a matter that had caused prior confusion. I just want to be perfectly clear on how that's been done, and that's paragraph 2.1.2 of your precondition. Sets out a reference to Annex C of the Council's inquiry report and a clarification that you wish to make in terms of the way in which the original environmental impact assessment in terms of landscape and visual have been undertaken, so there's no ambiguities in respect of that. And if I could just ask you to just perhaps explain that briefly, if you could, so that we are not being in any way confused by the findings of the viewpoints.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I think the notable difference in methodology is that we've carried out a receptor-based assessment, and that means that the viewpoints really are considered as samples for the receptors for which they represent. So our assessment, it states the scale of change for each of the receptors at that viewpoint, and it does not state the magnitude of change as
Sorry to
indicated,
interrupt.
perhaps.
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Anderson. Can you just go a bit more slowly, please? Because we do have to take notes of what you're saying here.
Apologies, yes. Yes, so each viewpoint states the scale of change rather than the magnitude of change. And that comes from GLVIA 3, the Guidelines on Landscape and Visual Impact Assessment, which states that magnitude of change should include the geographic extent of the effect as well as duration, which cannot necessarily be appreciated at an individual viewpoint. And that's particularly the case in things like receptors which are sequential or on a route, whereby you need to consider the geographic extent in order to determine magnitude of change for that receptor. We have considered the magnitude of change for viewpoints where they are specific viewpoints, such as at Dunskeag, where that is identified as a viewpoint in itself, i.e. that is a receptor in itself.
And just be clear there, so in terms of that second part of the equation of the assessment, you've got one set of receptors which are specific, where you've actually done both the scale of change and the magnitude of change at the receptor, because it is the receptor that's being tested, as it were. That correct?
That is correct.
And in respect of others, you've done the scale of change at the viewpoint, and then to understand the magnitude of change, you have to go to the receptor discussion, which sets out effectively what that viewpoint is representative of and how those receptors are affected.
That is correct.
And it might be more than one viewpoint, for example.
Exactly. So for something like the B8024, we have a range of different viewpoints which represent that receptor.
Now, moving on, if we could deal with one matter which is again, a matter of which we'll come to probably look at more in this inquiry session, and that is the context of containment. And can I ask you to have CD 1.3.24 available, please? And that is CD 1.3.24, figure 7.3. I also sent in a reply to Mr. O'Carroll last night with the list of the 4 documents that we were going to refer to. So it's 1.3.24 followed by CD 10.6. It's the A to Ds. Those are the only documents that will be further referenced in the context of the examination in chief. So it's CD 1.3.24 and CD 10.6 A to D, which is a set of A1 plans that were prepared and accompanied Ms. Anderson's report, which was CD 10.6. It was those ZTVs that accompanied it. So if we could first of all look at CD 1.3.24, and I would just invite Ms. Anderson just to explain in the context what the design rationale effectively was in terms of the scheme.
Yes, thank you. So one of the starting points was the capacity study, which set out some of the key constraints, opportunities, and guidance for development. And the other key thing was the cumulative. To the north of Sheirdrim is Freesdale, and to the east lies Escart, and Sheirdrim is adjacent to both of those further to the west. And again, what we were seeking to do in the design was to take advantage of the natural containment of the landform between those 2 sites and Sheirdrim Hill. So as you see on the figure of 7.3, we've identified where the containing landform by the hatch there, where there is some screening and containing landform, and those have been indicated. And we've sought to keep our distance from the coasts, particularly West Loch Tarbert, by staying back and being set back from the coastal slopes, as well as being set back from Sheirdrim Hill. And I think what you can see is that to the north, you'll see there's a cluster of viewpoints, 4, 5, and 7. And those are located there because, as you can see in the diagram, some of the containing landform is situated along the coast, and you get views to the north. And you'll also notice to the southwest that there's a cluster of viewpoints 2, 6, and 8. And again, those are also identified in an area where there's a little gap in the containment and there is some more visibility. Whereas for the most part, there is quite a high degree of containment. And I think what's also useful is to have a look at the ZTVs, particularly perhaps KA1, which is the ZTV, which includes screening and overlaid with landscape character. And I think if you have a look at that, you can see that that containment is illustrated in the pattern of ZTV, whereby the white indicates no visibility, and the lighter colors indicate less visibility, and the darker purple areas indicate more visibility.
Just to be clear, that's document CD 10.6.A.
That's correct.
Yes. And that's the A1.
That's the A1 ZTV, which includes screening. And I think there you can see that the areas along the coast and along West Loch Tarbert have been screened by the coastal slopes and Sheirdrim Hill to a large extent. I think what you can also see from these ZTVs is the very restricted nature of the visibility generally. So in terms of visual receptors, I think ourselves and the council are agreed with regard to the significant effects on the Kintyre Peninsula. And I think on the South Knapdale Peninsula, if you have a look, which is located on the other side of West Loch Tarbert, you can see the pattern of visibility is quite intermittent and often constrained by both the landform and further by woodland, mainly deciduous, but woodland and scrub, which leads to quite a patchy and intermittent visibility across that area. I think one of the other points to note is that the B8024, which extends along the South Knapdale Peninsula, we have agreed that there are no significant effects. I believe that's agreed with the council, but we have identified some significant effects for those recreational users that extend along particularly that southern edge or along West Loch Tarbert, such as those that extend towards Ardpatrick Point, and some of the residents that are scattered throughout the South Knapdale, that southern part of the South Knapdale Peninsula. We have identified significant effects on landscape character, both for the host landscape character, but also on the adjacent rocky mosaic, which again is along either side of West Loch Tarbert into the South Knapdale Peninsula.
Perhaps we could, having set that scene, perhaps useful just another area where there is a element of dispute is in relation to the potential impacts on the APQ of South Knapdale, and it might be worth looking at the next figure, which is KA2, which has obviously got the boundaries of the APQ mapped upon it, and just to perhaps identify the areas where you acknowledge facts and understand where those occur. And I think we are, I think there is agreement over the overall effect, but in terms of localized effect, there appears to be one area of difference. I think is largely the extent of difference between yourself and the other Miss Anderson, as it were.
Yes, yes. So in terms of the APQ, we both agree that there will be some significant effects on both the visual receptors and to some extent landscape character, whereas I believe that the significant effects on landscape character extend only within about 6 kilometers. Ms. Carol Anderson has indicated that they extend further out to 8.5 kilometers. Which extends pretty much to the extent of visibility or intermittent visibility along the coast. And whilst I do agree with a few of the receptors are affected within the APQ, I don't agree that there would be, and actually I'm not sure that Carol Anderson asserts that there would be an impact on the integrity overall. But I do not think that there would be a significant effect on the scenic qualities of the APQ for which it was designated. If you visit the APQ, the designation is really indicating or has been identified to enjoy the scenic quality and views mainly out to the southwest, those to Gia, to Isla, to Jura, and I think that has been acknowledged by the council. And the views back towards West Kintyre, towards the main bit of Kintyre, are nowhere near as scenic as those views that you get out to the southwest, which is really what the designation has been designed to protect. I also disagree with the assertion that the sense of seclusion and naturalness that exists in this part of the APQ would be affected by the proposed development. I think a lot of the naturalness and seclusion that you do feel when you're in parts of that area derive from a combination of the local landform, which is very strong and localized in places, but also the extent of woodland, deciduous woodland and scrub, which I think gives the feel of naturalness and seclusion. And given that our proposed development is not within the APQ, that pattern of landform and deciduous and woodland and scrub would not be changed in any way. And I think that even with the proposed development, you would still get a very strong sense of naturalness and seclusion in that area.
And insofar as the viewpoint 9 is concerned, again, I don't want to make the point, but you've assessed, first of all, the scale of change there, but then gone on to do a magnitude. There is a difference of opinion on that particular area as to the potential for significant visual effects, isn't there?
There is. I have assessed the viewpoint 9 and given it a scale of change in the EIA. And that viewpoint is a receptor so the viewpoint that receptor represents is the B8024, which actually, when I had to microsite to get an open view of the development, I did actually have to go off the road and go through a gate and into the field in order to gain sort of the most open view possible of the proposed development. And actually, that's been the case for quite a few of the viewpoints that have been included in the assessment and is generally considered to be good practice. But I think we have to be careful to ensure that the viewpoints are really understood as being representative or samples in the landscape. And for this particular viewpoint, it's not a specific viewpoint. People don't go there. It's not identified on the Ordnance Survey as a vantage point. It's not promoted in any way. It's just literally the high point on the road, which extends to Kilbury, and again was requested by during the scoping as a viewpoint, and it is a very useful viewpoint in illustrating the sort of nature of the views that you get on that southern part of the coast. But it isn't a viewpoint in its own right, that no one actually goes to that viewpoint to necessarily stop and view. There's nowhere to park or anything like that, unlike something like Dunskeag, where people go to have a look at the summit of something, or in other locations where there is parking available. So I've identified that for the B8024, the effect on that receptor as a whole would be not significant. And that's also within the rocky mosaic. And again, I have not identified a significant effect on landscape character effects at that location.
In terms of considering landscape effects, what relevance does the extent of potential visibility have?
Well, I mean, as GLVIA sets out, the geographic extent is one of the components of magnitude of change, and therefore I think you have to consider it as one of the components. It's not the only component. Obviously, the scale of change is also very relevant, and the duration. But I think it is relevant, particularly in this sort of area, and I think also the relationship. There are perceptual qualities which are also important, and the area of the rocky mosaic, which is lining the West Loch Tarbert, definitely has a stronger relationship across the loch. And that's why I've identified the significant effects in that area. Whereas when you get the rocky mosaic, which is further west out towards viewpoint 9, the relationship of that part of the landscape is much stronger with the seascapes and those areas to the southwest than it is with the area of the Kintyre where the proposed development is.
So again, in terms of looking at the landscape context, it's important not to get an overemphasis on a viewpoint, but to actually go and experience the landscape as it is as a whole.
Yes, absolutely. I think that the viewpoints are just sample points where you get an open view. They're often focused on the worst case scenario of the view. We haven't included viewpoints, or the viewpoints have been removed where there hasn't been much visibility, so that we include visuals which identify the greatest extent. And I think that's particularly the case on something like the A83, whereby the visibility is quite intermittent, and we have located a viewpoint at each of the locations where there is visibility, but in fact, there's often not much visibility in between those viewpoints. So I think you can't, by assuming that there are, say, 3 viewpoints on that route, I don't think you can assume that the visibility would be similar between those viewpoints. So I think the geographic extent that viewpoint represents, I think, is also a very relevant consideration.
And I think finally, in relation to these matters that are still in dispute, the Lochranza ferry, is there anything you'd
Yes.
want to just say regarding the ZTVs whilst we've got them out? And I know we've got a viewpoint, but I think probably taking up lots of documents. I'm sure the reporters have seen the viewpoints. I don't think we need to have them out in front of us. So I'd rather just get your view from the material that you have in front of you at the moment.
Yes, I think we both agree, both the council, both Carol Anderson and myself agree that the impact on the Lochranza ferry, that area of the Kilbrannan Sound, would be moderate. I have identified that it is a not significant effect. Carol Anderson has indicated that she feels that it is significant. The reason I don't feel that it's significant is because you don't get the proposed development wouldn't affect any views that you get towards Arran, which from that ferry are the most valued views. And when you look back towards the Kintyre Peninsula, you do get views of the proposed development along the Kintyre Peninsula. But the greatest extent of those views are at the Lochranza end. And as you journey towards the Kintyre, whilst you are getting closer, the visibility is also dropping away. And by the time you get to the Kintyre end at Clownegg, the visibility has completely dropped away, and there is no visibility at that end of the ferry. And I think you also need to consider the cumulative situation in respect of Freesdale is already visible in that area, and Escart is consented and would also be visible in a similar location, and Sheirdrim would be seen filling the gap between those 2 sites, which I think represents only a modest increase.
Thank you very much. That concludes examination in chief. Sir, thank you.
I think that's probably a useful point for us to just take 5 minutes and just let people take a comfort break. So if we can come back for 11 o'clock, please. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back. Let's just check we've got everybody. If those involved in cross-examination can switch on their cameras. Oh, I have.
Sorry, we've got a bit of a difficulty at our end. I think Nick Smith's video has disappeared. So we're trying to sort it out. You can hear him. I think in the meantime, if we could just carry on, please.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. I understand people might not be able to see me. So.
All right, Mr. Smith. The next thing is I want to make sure that Miss Kelly Anderson can see me. Could I say good morning to Miss Kelly Anderson?
Miss
Good
Anderson,
morning.
are you there? Ah, yes.
Ah, there you are. Good morning. Miss Anderson, what I'd like to do is to go through to discuss background and origins of the scheme. Just before I start, sir, did you manage to get hold from Mr. Mason the documents that I circulated last evening?
We did, and it has arrived literally this moment. So we will be endeavouring to open things. So if you can make a point of announcing the document that you're looking for and just give us a moment to open it at that point, then that would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, well, if we could just start off with core document 01.2.3, which is chapter 2 of the environmental statement. I suppose I should have asked Miss Anderson, did you get a chance to open up all of the documents in advance as well to save yourself some time?
Yes, I have.
Good, good. That makes things run a bit more smoothly. I think actually if we have all the documents open, it might well run even more smoothly than the old-fashioned method using paper copies. So I have section 2.6.2 of chapter 2 of the environmental statement there. I'm just simply going to this by way of background. We've got very, very small paragraph numbers on the left-hand side. And it says that Scottish Power Renewables commissioned SLR Consulting to carry out landscape and visual feasibility studies in 2018 for the site. Do you see that? Can you confirm you see that?
Which paragraph?
Right, the paragraph numbers are very small numbers on the left-hand side of the paragraphs, and I was at paragraph 47.
Yes, I have that now.
So I was just taking you through it then on the assumption you had in front of you, and that there were landscape and visual feasibility studies in 2018 for the site. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see that an initial layout consisted of 35 turbines at 180 meters to blade tip height. Yes.
Yes.
Now, if we could go to then looking at your, I'd like to look at your inquiry report, which is core document 10.6. And I'll mainly be addressing myself to two sources. with regard to the origin of matters I wish to ask you questions about. The main one is this inquiry report 10.6, which you have in front of you, and also be looking at the LVIA as part of the environmental statement. And at 1.3.1 of your inquiry report, you state that your involvement was, and that of Stevenson Halliday, was in 2019.
Yes, that is correct.
Could you tell the inquiry, please, when in 2019 you were appointed to undertake the landscape studies further to the application?
In the spring, and that was following Lindsay Guthrie's retirement, who was a landscape architect who worked directly for SLR.
And in terms of your involvement, were you involved in ascertaining the overall feasibility of this development in landscape terms?
No.
Or was it no? And then I'd like to go to document 21.1, which is the scoping report, which is dated April 2019, which is about the time that you were appointed. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do, yes.
Now, if we go to, so it's dated April 2019, you said you're appointed in spring 19. Go to section 2.4 at page 12.
Yes.
It's the internal page 12. And at 2.4, we've got project description. The main elements of the proposed development will comprise up to 26 wind turbines up to 149.9 meters to blade height. And then the solar panels. So we've gone from 35 turbines down to 26 at this stage in April 2019 when you were appointed. Yep.
Yes.
So who was doing the design work at this time? I've noticed going through these documents that land use consultants were Scottish Power Renewables agents at that time, but who was still doing the design work at this point?
I believe it was land use that helped with some of the scoping elements of the documents. I didn't prepare the scoping, but I am aware that Lindsay Guthrie was doing some work on the site, giving advice to Scottish Power Renewables.
And the design work then at this stage was then taken by you, taken over by you. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to take you back to another document that you've just been referred to by Mr. Innes, and that is what's called. This is document 1.3.24. This is referred to as, in its own terms, as the design analysis, figure 7.3. So this is what you're looking at, just to show you have that. And we can see, first of all, that we're at 19 turbines, which is the frozen position. Use another parlance. Now, looking at this, you've talked the reporters through this, but can we agree that what we have here is pretty much, well, what I would call schematic? Is that an adjective you'd be prepared to accept?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got by this stage we have the locations of the turbines, and indeed we've got the locations of the shorter turbines at 3, 4, and 7. But in terms of what it's calling itself, in terms of design analysis, we have a number of broken lines showing, in general terms, where screening occurs. But would it be fair to say that there's not an awful lot of detail in that map beyond the location of the turbines?
Well, I think it's very helpful to get a sense of the topography of the Kintyre Peninsula. It also sets out some of the aspects and elements that were identified in the capacity study with regard to sensitivities. It's not as detailed as the site layout plan.
No, I think it'd be fair to say that really what it does, it sets out in very broad terms where the screening landform and other mitigating measures have been located in general terms.
Yes.
Now, looking at the actual wording that's in there, we've got then to the west side of that, we've got an arrow, we've got a line, a purple line with an arrow at each end, and it says primary views up and down West Loch Tarbert are unaffected, hyphenated. So just looking at that wording, I'm just wondering how on the basis of this schema, that it can be said that the primary views up and down West Loch Tarbert are unaffected.
Well, if you have a look at the ZTV, you'll see that the screening by Sheirdrim Hill means that quite a lot of views, that there isn't visibility extensively through West Loch Tarbert.
Okay. Well, you're using qualifications there. We're going to come to the screening in a short while, but it says unaffected. Seems like quite an absolute term. You can't really say that, though, can it?
Well, the proposed development doesn't get in the way of any of those views up and down the loch. You still obtain those very clearly, particularly in that area where it's quite screened.
In terms of the analysis that this purports to be, the design analysis, was there anything of this nature which uses these broken up lines? Was there anything of this nature that was produced that was in greater detail, that provide further actual analysis which guided the design?
No, these were the general principles that were set out in the capacity study and were included as we carried out the design.
Okay. Now, right, bearing in mind what we've just talked about with regard to West Loch Tarbert, I'd like to ask you now to look, please, at the LVIA, which is core production 01.2.8. So it's the chapter 7 of the chapter 7 of the EA, which is the LVIA. We'll be coming back to this quite a lot. Thank you. Now, if you go to paragraph 161, please. Again, just those small paragraph numbers to the left of the paragraphs themselves. I've got mine at 125% magnification, which makes it somewhat easier to read, and it makes it possible to see the small numbers.
Got my glasses on.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that, please? What was the reference?
So the reference I've got is 1.2.8, which is chapter 7 of the environmental statement.
Yes, I'm sorry. And the paragraph number was which one?
Specific paragraph is 161 at internal page 13 of that document, electronic page 15.
Okay, just a moment. I'll find that. Okay. Okay, thank you. I found that. My apologies. Continue, please.
Thank you, sir. So this is under the heading of West Loch Tarbert, and then we've got where intervisibility would occur with the proposed development, mainly the turbines. It would represent additional large-scale features in the adjacent large-scale landscape, which generally forms the background or horizon of views inland. Yeah, sorry. Then I wanted to read on. The exception to this might be at either end of this area, such as at viewpoint 10 at the north end of West Loch Tarbert, or at the mouth of the loch near Gia, where the proposed development does fall within the main focus of views. So the short question I have then is, does that part of the LVIA contradict what has been stated in the scheme at 1.2, the analysis that we looked at a short while ago?
No, I don't think so. One is, again, these primary views up and down are being affected. Viewpoint 10 is quite high up the loch, and again from out towards Gia, you're not within the loch itself. So I think these primary views do remain unaffected.
They remain unaffected. Well, it says here where the proposed development does fall within the main focus of views. Well, sorry, I only see a contradiction there. You've got one analysis in the LVIA that says does fall within the main focus of views, and then we've got the general scheme at 1.3.24, the analysis that says views are unaffected. I'm sorry, but I see a contradiction there. Are you saying there isn't one?
No, I think viewpoint 10 is quite a bit up at the other end of West Loch Tarbert, and I think these views here that we get near the site, there's very little visibility, and those views do remain predominantly unaffected. It's very well screened in that area. And again, you know, the proposed development is very much on the Kintyre Peninsula, which when you're in that part of the loch, your eyes are drawn up and down the loch rather than necessarily across.
Okay.
When you're on the when you're on the other side of the loch, you do from say South Knapdale, your eye, when you're within the loch, your eye is drawn across the loch. But I think when you're within the loch,
go to paragraph 2.2.3 of your inquiry report. And I think this echoes what you said in chief in questions.
My apologies, Mr. O'Carroll, for the interruption. Could you please just repeat that reference? I missed that. 10.6. Sorry, what was the paragraph?
2.2.3.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. I cut you off.
And Miss Anderson, I think I was just narrating that this perhaps echoes what it was you said in answer to questions from Mr. Innes a little bit earlier. But I noticed that you say at the end of that particular paragraph that what might appear significant in a visualization may not be considered in the field at a viewpoint where a full 360-degree experience is appreciated. Yeah? Do you see where you've written that?
Yeah.
I think we can all agree with that, obviously. But then remaining just for the moment with West Loch Tarbert and the views or otherwise at that location, would it be fair to say, based on that observation of yours, that the passengers on the Isle of Ferry will not be looking straight ahead, but that primary views would comprise the whole of the loch and the attractive wooded and settled shores on either side? Is that something you could agree with?
Whereabouts on the ferry? So that the ferry journey does change as you extend through the route.
Yes, well, obviously,
Could you
it
repeat
must
that
change
as
because,
to...
well, obviously it does change because the ferry moves, but the when we're considering the views at West Loch Tarbert, I think talking at this point in general terms, I think we can agree, can we not, that when you're looking at matters at 360 degrees at this particular location, if you're on the ferry making that journey to Islay, you would not be looking straight ahead, but you would be looking over the whole of the loch and the wooded areas on the settled shores on either side at certain points. Is that something you can agree with?
Yes, you do get views when you're on the ferry, particularly on the observation deck, or if you're inside, you do get views that are 360 degrees through the route. I think, again, that's different from where your eye is drawn from and where the natural positions that your eye is attracted to as you move through the landscape, or in fact, as you move through the seascape here down West Loch Tarbert, your eye is drawn in different directions, and there are definite parts of the view that are more scenic, parts that aren't more scenic. And, you know, for most people, they are drawn into those scenic areas. To say that they don't obtain a clear 360-degree view, particularly from the ferry, if you're on the observation deck.
I should have asked you when we were at production 1.3.24, the scheme as I've called it. Did you produce this, or was that produced before you got involved?
Sorry, which document were you asking?
The thing I was looking at before, the scheme, the one that says primary views up and down West Loch Tarbert unaffected, the one where we have all of the turbines noted and where we have the landform set out.
Do you mean CD 1.3.24, Mr. O'Carroll?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, that was part of the EIA, yes.
Yes, the question I asked you was, did you produce that, or was that already there for you when you started becoming involved with this particular project?
No, we produced that as part of the EIA.
So that would be Stevenson Halliday.
Yes, I mean it did follow on from earlier work that we took over from Lindsay Guthrie, but yes, this is part of the EIA that we produced.
Did you personally produce it?
Yes, I was one of the primary assessors for the EIA.
I'd like to just again to clarify the extent of your involvement, and if I could go to 7.2 of your inquiry report. And on reading that particular section of your report, it doesn't state in terms that you were responsible for the design of the current scheme under consideration. Now, could you clarify for me, please? Is it correct that you are not responsible for the design of the current scheme under consideration, or is it the other way around? You were.
Well, I definitely was not responsible for the design, but I was the landscape architect who was advising during the design process through EIA. As you, I'm sure, know, the design process is quite a lengthy and complex procedure, whereby we look at a whole range of different factors. And I did advise on the design through the EIA and what was finally presented. but to say that I was in charge of the design is not the case.
Right. And when I say design, I think what I'm essentially what I'm driving at is, again, just looking at the scheme that we're looking at, which is the final disposition of all of the various turbines. So the ones that are lower in height than the others, the ones that are 149.9 meters high and their disposition around a particular application site. Was it you that basically directed them to be where they are disposed within the application site? Or was that something that was part of a collaborative, iterative process?
It was part of a collaborative, iterative process of which I was involved in that process. I mean, you know, scheme design of this scale is very complex with a range of different environmental and technical constraints that are incorporated. I was certainly influential in the reduction in turbine height of the three there, turbine 7, mainly to minimize effects to the north and to the west, because that turbine is on higher ground, especially compared to turbine 1 and 2, so that it sits more in the array. And also with regard to the reduction in turbines 3 and 4 to minimize effects on receptors to the west, southwest.
Okay. Now I'm going to go through a number of different passages within your inquiry report, and I'm going to go through a number of them. So if you can just bear with me, and then I'll ask a question at the end. And I'm going to start with paragraph 2.1.7. 2.1.7 of the inquiry report. And at the end of that particular paragraph, you state, I consider that for the size of the proposed development, the impacts are no greater than would be expected for a development of this scale. Okay, do you see that? You just confirm you've read that with me, just for
Yes.
the
Yes, I have. Yes.
Then at paragraph 9.2.8, we have the statement as follows. In the middle of that paragraph, this paragraph is in the section under the general heading of impact on local landscape character, 9.2.8. It is stated, this effect, well, overall impacts, significant impacts would occur within these two LCTs. It is widely accepted that some significant effects will occur as a result of large-scale renewable energy development. This effect would be no greater than would normally be expected for a development of this size and of this type and scale. And if you could then just go on with me, please, to 9.4.1 under the conclusion on landscape character. And at the end of that particular paragraph, it says, the significant effects on landscape character would be no greater than would normally be expected for a development of this type and scale. And at 11.6, you go with me, please. Just bear with me, we're nearly there. .6. Point 1. It's stated, I consider the significant visual impacts arising from the proposed development would be limited in extent and no greater than would be expected for renewable energy of this scale. And finally, and I promise this is the last one, but in your overall conclusions at 14.1.4, you state the second half of that paragraph, the significant effects on landscape character would be localized and no greater than would normally be expected for a development of this type and scale. So, Ms. Anderson, there seems to be something of a leitmotif here, in that you're using the same or similar wording 5 times over in the examples I've set out to you. That what you're saying is the significant effects. There are significant effects, but that I mean, it's a wind farm. That's what you would expect for a development of this type and scale. So the question, as I'm sure you'll be glad I'm getting to, but the question is this: do these statements of opinion and the overall conclusions, using the leitmotif and the theme through all of those different statements, they not demonstrate a picture for this inquiry, that you've taken it as a given, as a matter set in stone, or a matter that is predisposed, that this scheme must be located at this particular location? Or can I put it another way? Is it because it's the location of it, where it is it because that's been preordained in some way, that really all you're left to say at the end of it is that, well, there are significant effects, but this is what you would expect for a development of this type and at this location?
Well, I have assessed the effects of the proposed development. As you've clearly pointed out, I didn't necessarily get involved in feasibility, but I think the effects are reasonable. They are fairly localized, and they are what you would expect when you incorporate large-scale development, you know, in the upland. So it doesn't preordain. I mean, it could have had much more extensive visibility, you know, if Sheirdrim Hill hadn't have been there, or if we'd developed over and onto Sheirdrim Hill, then, you know, the effects could have been even greater in Westlock Tarbert, or greater in effect. So no, that's not the case. I mean, you know, I've carried out a lot of assessments, and we're always seeking to minimize the impacts. And whilst you can't always eliminate all of the significant impacts, you can do your best to minimize those and ensure that it's designed in a way that the effects aren't extensive or greater than, you know, one would hope or be expected of a well-designed, well-sited wind farm in the landscape.
Yes, but the 5 different locations where you use the leitmotif with regard to what you would expect of a development of this type and scale. Well, type, obviously it's a wind farm, so clearly a wind farm is going to look like a wind farm, but it's the scale I'm driving at. And it seems to be that it's almost by way, well, again, I don't want to be pejorative, and correct me if you wish, but it's almost as if there's a hint of an apology there, that this has such a scale that really what you have there is something of such size and scale that really what you have by way of impacts is all that you could possibly expect in the circumstances. It's not a ringing endorsement, it's more by way of an apology, isn't it?
No, I don't think it is an apology. As I say, I mean, you know, the aim of design is to ensure that the development is well sited and well designed and screened as best as possible, and that the effects are mitigated as far as you can possibly go. There is obviously a balance. I mean, you know, if you're not careful, you could end up taking away all of the turbines. You know, so
Well, I think you've preempted my other point, really, because that's why I went through with you the evolution of the scheme, that we started out with 26 turbines and now we're down to 19. In fact, we had 35, then to 26, and then to 19. So I think we're on the same page in that one has to ask to what extent then one has to mitigate or to reduce the scale of something in order to make its impacts acceptable. I think we're both on the same page with that, are we not?
Yes.
And I think also another thing I presume we can agree on is that you'll be aware of the oft-quoted phrase from Scottish planning policy. It's actually paragraph 28, but the phrase will be familiar to you, I'm sure, is that it's necessary to have the right development at the right location. So I think that's a matter of principle that we can both agree upon, isn't it?
Yes.
But what I'd like to ask you is that in the present case for this Sheirdrim application, when we're looking at the location in the first place, have you been in a position to select that location with a choice of anywhere on the Argyll Peninsula where there isn't already some form of development? Or were you simply presented with this location as a fait accompli, and then you did what you could to make its impacts more acceptable?
I'm not really sure that that's, I mean, we're here to look at the impacts of the proposed development in front of us. So I'm not really sure how relevant that question is.
Well, I'd like to know the answer.
Well, I didn't get involved in citing this. I was involved to prepare the EIA and the design, given the site that we've got. It's down to the developer to choose the sites. A lot of that early feasibility work's done, and I know that they look very extensively and they take, you know, considerations of whether to develop a site very seriously. But in this particular instance, I was involved at EIA stage and refining and finishing the design.
That's very helpful. You're at the EIA stage and refining and finishing the design.
So there had been some early design work that was done before I got involved.
Right. So I suppose though, if I wanted to be a purist and considering the landscape within Argyll and the protection which it rightly deserves, if one were to be a purist and you wanted to apply landscape considerations in order to minimize the adverse impacts, surely what one needs to do is not simply look at the matters and then rearrange the turbines in the locations and disposition within the overall site, but perhaps to consider whether they ought to be at that location in the first place.
Well, I mean, I think this is a very sensible and logical place to be putting a new site, given that Freesdale is already operational and Escart has been consented, and the distance between the two is not great. It, you know, the capacity study does talk a lot about ensuring wide and generous separation between clusters, and actually they are relatively close together. So it's quite a sensible place for an expansion or an increase of wind energy development on the Kintyre. An existing cluster or enlarging an existing two clusters, bringing that into a larger combined array.
So what I'm driving at though is that by the time you came on the scene and were involved with this and the fine tuning and the finishing of the design, you were not in a position to question the scale of the development proposed as it essentially now is before the inquiry, were you?
Yes, I was certainly part of the discussions, and yes, influential in the design. Not quite sure what you're driving at.
Well, perhaps I could make it easier. If I could ask you to have a look at Carol Anderson's inquiry report, please. So that's production 10.7. And I'd like you to look, please, with me at paragraph 5.2 and 5.3 of that. Do you have that in front of you, Miss Anderson?
5.2 and 5.3, yes.
Yes, thank you. At 5.2, Carol Anderson says, while I accept that the technology has changed, it should also be recognised that the ability of many landscapes in Scotland to successfully accommodate much larger turbines has not changed. And therefore careful siting of developments comprising substantially larger turbines is of increased importance to minimise landscape and visual effects. And at 5.3, really essentially, Carol Anderson makes a point that I've been asking you about, and I'll just put her words for you. She's got a quotation there, and then she states, landscape studies are noted as having been used to influence the design of the proposal in 2018, but it is not clear whether they were also used at an earlier stage to help determine the selection of the development site. Now, is that correct?
As I say, I wasn't involved at that stage, so I'm not able to comment. I mean, I can tell you my experience of working with developers, not just Scottish Power, but other developers in the industry, in that often landscape and visual, along with a great range of other constraints, are considered very early on, you know, when they, from the outset, really, they start looking at the feasibility and consider a range of key consenting issues such as landscape and visual at the outset. But
well,
I wasn't involved in this particular site.
Right. So I think that is the answer to my question then, because you're the landscape architect that's been put before this inquiry to defend this scheme and to persuade the reporters that it ought to be built. And what Carol Anderson is suggesting is that it's not clear whether there's an influence in design at the earliest stage to help determine the selection of development site. And you've told us quite fairly that you are not involved in that. Is she perhaps not also correct, however, at 5.2 to say that whilst technology and turbine sizes have changed, the ability of landscapes in Scotland to accommodate them has not? Is that not perhaps something that's very obvious and something you could agree with?
Well, I think in principle, but let's be clear that the receiving landscape of the host landscape has already, there are other schemes that are of a similar size that have been consented. You know, thinking about High Constellation, which is just about 5 kilometers further south, has turbines of a similar size, and of course in the same host area, and then adjacent at Airy has similar size. So it's not an unreasonable. I do believe that this landscape does have the ability to accommodate turbines of this scale in this position.
Would you be able to agree with the overall statement that careful siting and design, that careful siting of developments comprising substantially larger turbines is of increased importance to minimize landscape and visual effects?
Yes.
And going back to your own inquiry report, if you go to your own one, production 10.6 at your own paragraph 9.3.2. At 9.3.2 of your own inquiry report, it says, the last sentence again is very much on the theme that I've been talking about. However, they simply represent the development of wind energy technology, which is seen in many locations across Scotland and will continue to be the case. Is it not the case that what Carol Anderson said is an answer to that? That basically, whilst that might be true, that the technology is changing, turbine sizes are changing, it's still very, very important to locate large turbines in places where they can be accommodated. I think that's a general statement we could perhaps both agree with.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I'd like to go to the design and access statement, which is a core production CD 01.10.3 A to C. I'm just going to go through that design access statement with you, 1.10.3. Right, it's in 3 parts. So if I go to the first part.
Could you? Yeah, 1.10.3. Yes, it's in 3 parts. Yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. Right, the first part's the written part. Let me just make sure I'm at the right place. Yeah. Can I ask you, please, who prepared that design and access statement?
I believe that was SLR.
Right. Could you go back, please, to production core document 123, please, which is chapter 2 of the EIA, where I was before. Chapter 2, 1, 2, 3.
Got that.
Thank you. Can I take you to paragraph 19 of that, please? I think it should be at section 2.4. It is. Yeah. I'd like to look at this again with regard to the in the background of the comments that I've taken you to in Carol Anderson's inquiry report, along the lines that she can see that there were landscape studies were used to influence the design of the proposal in the first place. It wouldn't appear that landscape studies were used to help determine the selection of the site in the first place. Can I just pause there and ask if that's a statement you can agree with?
Are you referring to paragraph 19, where it talks about developing commercially viable projects?
I'm actually going to come to that in a minute. What I was actually trying to refer to was the parts of Carol Anderson's inquiry report that I took you to before. And I wanted to put to you the general statement to see if you could agree with it. That whereas, and we've heard and obviously evidence from you, that you've been involved in the design of the site when you were involved after spring of 19, but that landscape studies were not used to influence or determine the location of the site in the first place. Is that something, am I correct in saying that?
I don't think that you are. I mean, it does say, the first bullet point, that initial desk-based studies and wind monitoring on site have been used, as well as resource. I'd need to, let me have a little look. I mean, that indicates there are some initial desk-based studies that have been produced.
But you don't know what those desk-based studies amounted to. Is that correct? Is that correct, Miss Anderson?
I wasn't involved at that time,
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go to paragraph 19, though, up from where you were looking. And again, I'd like to just explore a little bit further the question as to why this site, this location, was selected prior to your involvement. So looking at that, we see there's a number of bullet points there at paragraph 19. In selecting sites, the criteria used by Scottish Power Renewables to develop commercially viable projects include the following. And the first one is perhaps blindingly obvious: the suitable wind conditions for the installation of wind turbines. And clearly, there's no point in constructing turbines unless it's going to be somewhere windy. So we can agree that that's an obvious criterion for selection, can't we?
Yes.
And it's not just simply a matter of common sense, but obviously Scottish Power Renewables are a business, and they require to they require to be a profitable, viable business, don't they?
Yes, yes, that is the aim
Thank
of
you.
all businesses.
Indeed. And the third bullet point says availability of nearby grid connection with available capacity to accept new renewable energy generation.
Yes.
And that again is an important point. If we could go very briefly to figure 7.9a in core document 1.9.4a. That is the cumulative base plan. Just to illustrate the point, if you're able to get to that quickly.
Yes, that's figure 7.14 from the original EIA.
Yes, that's right. Well, I've got figure 7.9.
Figure 7.9. Oh, perhaps I've not got the right one. Hold on, let me.
7.9a cumulative base plan. Just to go over the document number again for you, it's 01.9.4a. It's a cumulative one that shows all of the developments that are there and in prospect. and even in scoping.
Yes.
I find this is quite a helpful document just to have handy anyway, but the reason I took it to you just now was we can see a big blue line running through down the peninsula, which is the Inverary Crossegg overhead line, which is under construction. Can you confirm that?
Yes, yes, it is.
Yeah, and we can see that that runs very close to, well, almost abounds Freesdale, and obviously runs very close to the prospective site, this site here. Yeah.
Yes.
So in terms of what we were looking at a short while ago, in terms of those bullet points at paragraph 19 of chapter 2, you can see that the availability of nearby grid connections is assisted by the overhead line. Yeah. Or you're not able to comment on it. Is that a technical matter that you don't want to comment on?
Yeah, that is a technical matter. It's not something
Okay,
that I get
that's
in
fine.
detail.
That's fine. And then, of course, as I've alluded to before, is that in terms of site design and location, site location, is the commercial reality that Scottish Power Renewables would require to obtain the necessary land rights to construct the wind farm where it was. So it needs to be able to either purchase land or secure a long lease from a landowner. So it could only develop in any such location, couldn't it? Unless it owned the lands itself.
Sorry, I'm just getting that list back up. Yes, I mean, if Scottish Power are going to develop, they do need to have a lease on the land or own the land, yes.
Yeah, obviously. So getting back to my main theme about the location of the site in the first place, we can see that there are a number of matters which are brought into play, which have nothing to do with the suitability of the site for the turbines that are going to be situated there in landscape and visual terms, because we have the other matters that come to bear that I've just talked about. That's true, isn't it?
Well, yes, I mean, I think, you know, it's complex finding a good location for a renewable energy development, and the aspects that you've mentioned about a good wind resource and a grid connection are important elements.
Yeah.
As part of that, amongst a range of other elements which are also relevant.
Exactly, and as we've already discussed, if you didn't have a lease or ownership of the land in question, then you wouldn't even get off the starting blocks in producing a wind farm, then, would you?
Yes, that's correct.
So is this perhaps so in other words, then what I'm driving at is that when we're looking at wind turbine design and we're looking at the reduction in the environmental impacts in terms of landscape and visual impacts, an awful lot of the factors which lead to a wind farm being located where it is are already predetermined by matters not related to landscape and visual considerations. Isn't that correct?
Well, in my experience, there's a lot of sites that are considered, particularly early days, and then once you get to and some of these things are indeed some of the early things that they consider, but then the other elements in terms of suitability for a range of other environmental factors particularly then are considered, and many sites drop away at that point.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up there, Miss Anderson. Can I just check with everyone that it's just me that was having Miss Anderson breaking up, or did everyone else hear it clearly?
I heard that clearly, but I'd be happy
Okay.
for you to repeat your answer just for the benefit of Mr. O'Carroll's for his continuity. Thank you.
Well, I think that's okay. I think what I would like to restate for the answer to the question I wanted to put was that when we're looking at the location of a wind farm development such as this, there are a great many considerations at play that effectively direct the location of it, which are nothing to do with landscape and visual terms. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I think there's a whole range of different factors which need to be considered, and you're right in the sense that landscape and visual is just one of those factors.
And at 7.2.4 of your inquiry report, I think you I think you quite fairly accept that. At 7.2.4 is at page 13 of your inquiry report.
Yes.
You say, in Stevenson and Halliday's experience of wind farm design, it's difficult, if not impossible, to achieve all the design principles to their optimum. Partly this is because whilst the landscape and visual concerns are important, they are not the only factors which influence design. So I think in that short sentence, I think you're basically agreeing with the suggestion I placed before you just a moment ago, aren't you?
Yes, yes, landscape and visual is just one of the considerations that drive design.
So in fact, then, when you're then brought into matters in spring of 19 to then finalize the design at the location that you've been presented for these 19 turbines, you then have been presented with that, and you're effectively put in a position today is that you have to accept that they are located where they are for all the reasons we've discussed. And that perhaps then is the reason for the leitmotif running through your inquiry report, that given all of that, really, these turbines are really no worse than you might expect for a renewable energy development of this type and scale. Is that really what it all boils down to?
Well, I think on other locations and other natures of development could have had much wider ranging effects, but actually these are quite localized, and relatively limited.
Could I ask another question that's perhaps a bit more of an obvious question? Were, to your knowledge, any alternatives to the present site considered by SPR?
Well, I think I'm aware that in some of the earlier, the site was much larger and expanded a bit further to the southwest.
But we're still talking about this particular site, though, aren't we?
Yes. Well, no,
Yes.
this particular site. I think there were. If you look at some of the design evolution, you can see that the site was larger and did extend further south, quite a bit further south.
Yes, that's why I took you through the scoping opinion and the feasibility studies as well, because we had 35 turbines that went down to 26 and then 19, but all within the same general site, expanding a bit further outwards from where it is. But was there anywhere else on the Argyll Peninsula that was considered for this location, for this particular development?
Well, if you look at what was it? The CD, the feasibility, the design and access statement. If you look at CD 01.10.3C, which you took me to earlier, the figures rather than the text.
Yeah.
You'll see that the site itself has actually evolved quite considerably. Again, much of that before I was involved, so I'm not sure I can give you a lot of details. But the site evolved and
Right.
was quite a bit
Okay.
further south on the Kintyre. But in terms of this development, I mean, the Sheirdrim, this is the development in this location. I mean, Scottish Power do have sites, other sites in the Kintyre Peninsula that I'm aware of. Further south, Turk is also a site that Scottish Power Renewables operate.
Okay, and at section 7.1 of your inquiry report, which is page 11 of it.
Mr. O'Carroll, could you just repeat that reference for me, please?
Core document 10.6, page 11, paragraph 7.1.
Thank you. I'm just thinking at this moment, it's been about an hour since we last took a comfort break, and I'm just wondering if this is an acceptable moment to do that. Mr. O'Carroll, do you have any problem with taking a 5-minute comfort break just now?
No, I don't, sir. Thank you. It might give me a chance to have a good cough.
No, that's fair enough. Okay, according to my clock, it's 12:08, so let's call that 12:10. So if everyone can come back for 12:15, please, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Okay, welcome back everyone. I'm not sure whether people can see me, but what's more important is whether people can hear me. So we'll just check that people are back in the room. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. O'Carroll can hear me, and I think we'll just be returning in a moment. So we'll just wait for everybody else to rejoin us. Yeah, we've still got a break appearing on the screen, so we'll just wait for that to disappear and then. Okay, I think everybody's back. I checked a moment ago, but I take it everyone can still hear me. Yes. Okay, fine, lovely. Right, Mr. O'Carroll, if you want to just take a moment to return to where you were, and then in your own time, please continue.
Sir, Ms. Anderson, I would like to wrap up this chapter, and you thank me for that, but I just want to finish off with just another couple of points. If we could go back, please, to chapter 2 of the EIA, which is production 01.2.3. We were there before, and if I could ask you, go please to paragraph 60 of that, which is to be found at internal page 5 of that document.
Sorry, what was the paragraph number?
60, please.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm there now.
And we see that the terms there, the number of 4 different bullet points, we see that the final proposed development layout has considered the following: reasonably consistent and balanced relationship, satisfactory relationship, reasonable degree of setback, minimal or acceptable effects on visual amenity for Clachan, White House, and so on. It's the adjectives I'm interested in: reasonable, satisfactory, acceptable. So reasonable to whom? Satisfactory to whom? Acceptable to whom? Is this a collective view of the landscape architect team involved, or is this a client view? Can I ask, please?
Well, this was a chapter that was prepared for the design as a whole. Rather than penned per se by myself.
So are you telling me it's satisfactory to the landscape professionals involved?
Well, I think that there, I mean, as it happens, I do agree that there is a reasonable and satisfactory relationship with the adjacent operational Freesdale.
Well, if that's your answer, that's fine. I'm happy to move on. Oh, right. Then, and the conclusion at paragraph 84, we've got conclusion. In summary, the application design and layout represents a proposal which achieves the following. Now, I'm not going to detain you by reading out all of those bullet points, but you'll no doubt be familiar with the text. But if you could just take a moment just to cast your eye over those different bullet points and what it is stated that is achieved. That what is referred to essentially is development layout and application design and layout, and that all of those matters are not related to site selection. Can you confirm that?
Yes, it is referring to the application design and the layout that's put forward.
Okay, thank you. I think I've asked you points about that already. Now, I'd like to move on to matters of actual design itself at this point, please. And if I could go to your inquiry report at 7.2.2, the second bullet point thereof. Now, at 7.2.2, second bullet point, you say that the layout achieves a satisfactory relationship with adjacent Freesdale by being a discrete group of larger turbines, and you've been at pains to point that out in answers today to myself and to Mr. Innes. At 9.3.1, if you go move on to that, please. With a similar theme, is that you state there at 9.3.1 that it's a matter of agreement that the proposed development fill the gap between Freesdale and Escart. Yeah.
Yes.
And at 9.3.5, you've pointed that out a number of times already today as well in your evidence. And at 9.3.5, you're pointing out that you're accepting that there will be a larger combined group of turbines which would comprise Freesdale, Sheirdrim, and Escart. So essentially, they would all be viewed together, and we could. It's easy to see that by just simply by looking at the layout, the proposed site layout that I took you to before. Just the obvious cumulative diagram clearly shows all of that. I could, well, you know the one I mean. We looked at it a short time ago.
Mr. O'Carroll, when you said you know the one I mean, are you referring to CD 1.9.4a, which is the one that shows various consented and under construction proposals? Is that the one you mean, or were you meaning a different
one? 1.9.4a.
Yes.
Did you say?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that the one that you mean?
That is exactly it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
So we can see from that that is a helpful diagram, and we can see from that essentially that once constructed, that we'll see that once Escart is constructed, we'll see the three of them, that they will all essentially be a single cluster, essentially, won't they? Those three.
Yep.
So Freesdale has 11 turbines of 100 meters height. Yeah. Agreed?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Escart will have 13 turbines of also 100 meters height. Yeah.
Yes.
Whereas Sheirdrim would have 19 turbines, 16 of which are at 149.9 and the other 3 at 130. So essentially what we have though is it's not quite a uniform cluster, is it? You'll have a single cluster overall that will be 43 turbines. That's 11 plus 13 plus 19. Yeah. Agreed?
Yep, that sounds about right.
Doing the arithmetic. And essentially what you'll have in the middle, you will have the larger of the three in the middle, surrounded on either side by smaller developments with turbines of 100 meters in height.
Yes.
And you acknowledge that, I think, at 9.3.5 of your inquiry report. 3 lines in, you say this would lead to a larger combined group of turbines, Freesdale, Sheirdrim, and Escart.
That's correct.
I'm going to come to this later. I'm going to see if you can agree with me now that the point as well is, quite apart from Sheirdrim. Oh, actually, I'm going to come to it now because it's also mentioned in your recognition. I don't need to go to it, but at paragraph 2.2.2 of your precognition, you mentioned that there is a similarity with regard to the location of Sheirdrim along with Freesdale and Escart. But I'm going to make the same point in terms of what we're looking at here in relation to this part of your inquiry report. Because it's not like if they're going to be just the same and a comparable development, because in the first place, they will be quite a bit higher than the developments on either side at Freesdale and Escart, won't they?
They are taller turbines, yes.
They're taller turbines, and also they're placed on higher ground.
In some places, yes. Although Escart does go up onto the slopes of the hill that it's on. I haven't looked in detail, but
Yeah, I think the design access statement at 1.10.3b perhaps is of assistance here. Just to look at, I'm looking at, if you have that before you, 1.10.3b I had. And what you have there, you can see the contours. And we can
yes.
see Cruachnamfia, if that's the correct pronunciation. We see the contour goes up to 270 meters AOD. Yep.
Yes, yes, it does, yes.
And if we go to the next production on from that, I think we're at CD. Oh yeah, so CD, yes, there was the next one on 1.10.3. So I've just pointed out that high point topographically for you. And then if we're at 1.10.3c, where we see the turbines located, we can see that some of them are located on that higher ground. Turbine 17, for example, is quite high, quite close to the 246 contour. You see that?
Yes, yes, it looks like turbine 17 is on the 220 contour.
Yep. So they vary between about 220 and 250. Is that fair, or is that incorrect?
They do vary across the site.
Yeah, I know that they vary, but the numbers is what I was asking about. Is it between 220 and 250, or do you have different numbers for me?
Some of them are a little bit lower. I'm not sure whether that's set out clearly anywhere in the ES.
Yeah, I know it's
some of them. I'd have to review each viewpoint. I don't have that in front of me to hand.
Anyway,
but they do vary. They do vary.
Yeah, you have agreed with me the high point in the topography that we've mentioned. So what I was getting to then was that you're going to have 43 turbines, and you're going to have you're going to have the central larger one on higher ground, which is going to be surrounded on two other sides by smaller developments of shorter turbines. That's the summary, isn't it?
Well, I mean that is the case the way you've put it, but it's not often perceived in that way. So I've again, in that paragraph that you've quoted from my inquiry report, I think it's about the way the turbines are perceived in the landscape. And certainly, for instance, from areas to the north on the B8001, where you do get quite open views of the proposed development in the context of particularly Freesdale, but also Escart would be visible. The turbines don't often look that much larger compared to the Freesdale because Freesdale's in front. And that's the case sometimes off to the east. So it sometimes the perspective can affect the perception.
I agreed. We'll come to viewpoints later, but in general terms, you agreed with what I've said. But if I could ask you to look at the LVIA again, please. Core document 1.2.8. Back to chapter 7 of the EIA. I would like to take you, please, to paragraph 82 of that. 82, which is to be found. Yeah, it's found at page 6, internal page 6 of the document.
Yes.
It's under the heading Mitigation During Operation. Third bullet point says, landscape context of turbines located in a part forested and part open moorland site which acts as a bridge in landscape context between Freesdale Wind Farm, which is within an afforested context, and Escart Wind Farm within open moorland. Well, I think I can understand what it means in terms of a bridge, but I think how does that mitigate the effects of the proposal?
Well, in the sense that the context between Freesdale and Escart are different. One is in a wholly afforested and Escart's in a wholly upland. And our site is in a combination of the two.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yes, and so I think with ours being partly in a forested and partly outside, that given that we've got the context of those two developments, it reads better. In an ideal world, you want to keep a development wholly in either forestry or open moorland. But in this situation, this then links the two together in terms of the context in which the arrays are seen.
But it's almost as if reading that, perhaps you could be forgiven for thinking that it was a deliberate strategy was taken in order to place Sheirdrim in between Escart and Freesdale. I don't think that's the case, though, is it?
Well, I think that was one of the considerations when they were looking at site development. Site was its proximity to existing wind farms, existing developments.
Again, on the if I could just be clear about your answer, then it's under the 82 is under the heading of mitigation, and so your answer is that there is mitigation during operation because the current Freesdale wind farm is in a forested area. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's the contrast. So that well, Freesdale is perceived within an afforested landscape, and Escart is clearly within an open moorland landscape.
Yeah, where's the mitigation?
And so the mitigation. So Freesdale bridges the gap between those two.
Yeah, but so does that constitute mitigation in your view?
Yes, I think that.
Okay. Okay, perhaps I'll look at things another way. If I go to your inquiry report again, please, if I can ask you to look at paragraph 4.1.4. And at 4.1.4 of your inquiry report, you set out the response, the consultation response of Nature Scott of the letter of 13th of March 2020. And it says there are no substantive mitigation measures that could be implemented without significant change to the proposal. There would be significant adverse landscape and visual effects in relation to the southern Knapdale, West Loch Tarbert and Northern Kintyre. So is it fair to say then that when Nature Scott are looking at this, and when they say there are no substantive mitigation measures that could be implemented without a significant change to the proposal, could it be fair to say that they've taken on board what you say are embedded mitigation?
I'm not sure I'd like to say what Nature Scott were thinking at that
Well,
point.
if I put it in a logical way, they're looking at the scheme as it's now presented, and the one we're considering this inquiry. So they will look to the whole thing. You're telling us that there is embedded mitigation within it. So
Yes,
we know that's what they looked at. So that's what they looked at.
Yes.
So we don't need to do any mind reading. We know that's what they were looking at. Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming then that they could say there's no further substantive mitigation measures.
Well, but what they've said is there's no substantive mitigation measures that could be implemented. So it would appear to be that for all the embedded mitigation, as far as the consultation response is concerned, it simply doesn't go far enough. And they've gone so far as to say that mitigation couldn't be achieved and without actually significantly changing the proposal. That's their view, isn't it?
I don't agree that Nature Scott are saying that we haven't incorporated any mitigation into the scheme. I don't think
that's not what I was suggesting, Ms. Anderson. Where I was at was saying that there is stated by you on behalf of your client embedded mitigation. But we have the view that's reproduced in your inquiry report from a statutory consultee, which states that not only are they unmoved by the mitigation that's been suggested as being there present, what they've looked at, but that the significant adverse effects could not be mitigated without a significant change to the proposal. That's their view, isn't it?
Yes, I would agree to that.
Yeah, that's what they said. I'm not expecting you to agree with the substance of it.
I mean, to be fair, the EIA identified significant landscape and visual effects within South Knapdale, West Loch Tarbert and Northern Kintyre. So we're not altogether out of step.
I think you might be. If I could ask you to go to paragraph 82 of the LVIA, please, which is back at 128. So the page I was actually at before. I'd like to go to paragraph 82. Sorry, beg your pardon. Yes, I'm still at the same where I was asking you to look at before. Paragraph 82. Now, there are, yeah. So it then goes on to the next page. Paragraph 82 does. It goes on to page 7. So if we continue counting on, I took you to the 3rd bullet point, and then if I ask you to look at the 5th bullet point, that is the 2nd bullet point of text on the next page. And if I can ask you to look at the part where it says turbines are set back from the closest residential properties, and located to the southwest of Sheirdrim Hill to take advantage of the screening to reduce effects of some of the nearest residents. Which residents are being referred to there?
So those residents towards Clachan.
Okay.
So you close southwest, yeah.
Yeah, Clachan's southwest.
Clachan.
That's right. So,
Yeah.
so you're referring to Clachan at that point.
Well, and the residents in that area towards Clachan.
Yeah. Okay. Can I ask you this? Would the residents of South Knapdale benefit from that screening?
Of Sheirdrim Hill, yes, they do. And the coastal slopes, they do.
Okay.
Some of them.
Knapdale, then let's have a look at that then. If we go to core document 1.10.3c, which is the design and access statement.
Got that. That's the maps.
Yeah, 1.10.3c. That's the third element of the design and access statement. So which of those turbines is most prominent from Knapdale?
Which part of Knapdale?
South Knapdale.
So, well, South Knapdale extends,
Okay.
you know, along the other side of West Loch Tarbert. So if, for instance, we looked at viewpoint 5.
Thank you. I was just about to take you.
Ah, there you go. Well, at least we're thinking
Yeah,
similarly.
we are indeed.
Well,
that's good.
So again, we've reduced the turbine, as I mentioned earlier, we reduced the size of turbine 7 because that was on a bit higher ground compared to turbine 1 and 2.
Now, I've actually got hard copy viewpoints here. I'm trying to avoid using the hard copy because it's so cumbersome, but I'm doing it right now. Since we both mentioned viewpoint 5, could you go to that, please? Yeah. Yeah, well, so I'd like to take you to the wireline, please, which is at figure 7.25c. And from the wireline, we can see the Freesdale turbines, which are not numbered at the left-hand side of the wireline. The turbines I'd like to draw your attention to, or the inquiry's attention to, at the wireline at 7.25c are turbines 1, 2, 6, and 7. So we can see where they're located at the wireline because they're numbered. And what I've done is I've then actually circled. I'll try and lift it up, but I've circled, for my own benefit, I've circled those particular turbines 1, 2, 6, and 7. Anyway, so that's, I think the short point is looking at if we do the crossover, one effectively informing the other, and looking at 1, 2, 6, and 7, we can see that those are very clearly prominent from viewpoint 5, are they not?
Yes.
And again, if I can go back to the LVIA again and go to paragraph 82. LVIA 128, I think. Yeah, 128 is the LVIA again, and paragraph 82, if I can just find that. Yeah, where I was before. The 6th bullet point. Oh yeah, right. Now, 6th bullet point. I thought it was just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paragraph 82, 6th bullet point. Just trying to see 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it is. So the 6th bullet point is the 3rd one you see on page 6. Page 7 rather. Page 7's the next page, and the 3rd bullet point there says turbines 3 and 4 are reduced height to less than the effects on nearest residents, including Clachan. Turbine 6 is also reduced in height to less than effects on nearest residents, including White House. Now, there's a point I'd like to bring to your attention here, because we see at page 13 of your inquiry report, page 13 seems to be lifted from that part of the LVIA. Because you'll see at paragraph 7.2.3, the 3rd bullet point says turbines 3 and 4 are reduced in height to lessen effects on nearest residents, including Clachan. Turbine 6 is also reduced in height. But we know that turbine 6 is not reduced in height, don't we?
Yes, apologies. That does look like an error. I think it should have said turbine 7 rather than 6.
Yeah, it's an error. It's an error in both.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that.
You're very welcome. Yeah, that's easily ascertainable from figure 138, the proposed site layout. We can see that the reduced turbines are 3, 4, and 7, and 6 remains at 149.9. Okay, now 1.10.3c. Yes, okay, so not bad. And so the ones that are in fact reduced then that we see from 138, the layout, those were reduced compared to the original scoping, the original layout proposed at scoping. Why were those ones reduced? Can you remind us, please?
Sorry, I've not followed you. Reduced from scoping, or do you mean reduced?
Sorry, yeah, well, we went through the scoping and we saw that, I think when we got to the chill phase, they were all at 149.9, and then we got to the frozen phase, and they were all, 16 of them were at 149.9, and the 3 that we've identified correctly now, being 3, 4, and 7, are now at 130. Can you remind the inquiry, please, why it was those were reduced in height?
Yes, as stated there. So turbines 3 and 4 are reduced in height to lessen the effects on nearby residents, including Clachan, and turbine 7 is reduced in height to lessen the effects on nearest residents, including White House, and to improve views from South Knapdale.
Right. So, so of course, to state the obvious, the converse of that, without the height reduction, your position, say when I say you, I mean the landscape team's position, must have been that the visual impacts on those settlements would have been unacceptably adverse.
No, we were just trying to minimize the effects and get the best design fit and with the scheme. And so through the design process, you know, turbine size is one of the considerations. And we certainly spent a while with SPR going through those issues. And I felt that the reduction in turbine 7 did reduce the effects from those nearest residents. And that was obviously one of a major concern, a key concern of mine, was reducing the impacts for the nearest communities. And that was one of the ways in which we felt we could do that. You know, it's about minimizing effects rather than.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So that's so much for those turbines 3, 4, and 7. But you'll recollect that when we looked at viewpoint 5 together, I pointed out one, 2, 6, and 7. So there's the ones that weren't reduced that we still see at viewpoint 5 are 1, 2, and 6. Was any consideration given to reducing those other turbines, given the clear visual effect from this particular viewpoint that we've just been through?
It's always a difficult. You can start reducing the turbines until they're either not a viable scheme or you end up with something that is not commercially viable. Or, I mean, it's always got to be careful when carrying out design, and particularly with regard to landscape and visual effects. The more turbines you reduce, or the smaller the turbines are, of course, the lesser the impacts are going to be. But we're not actually achieving the aim, which is producing renewable energy and taking advantage of the resource that's available. So there's always a balance to be struck. But I think particularly with 5, viewpoint 5, the reduction of turbine 7 meant that it roughly was in the same alignment and height and influence as turbine 1, which was nearer. I mean, if you took turbine 1 down, then turbine 7 would need to come down. You know, you're not. You know, what we're trying to do is see the impacts in the round. You know, it's not just about a single viewpoint, but it's actually looking at the impacts overall. And it's rare to change. Sorry.
Could I perhaps summarize it as this then, that there was a reduction in turbine height in order to reduce impacts on the settlements at Clachan and Whitehouse, but there was not a reduction in turbine heights in order to mitigate views any further from viewpoint 5, in other words, South Knapdale?
Well, I think certainly South Knapdale was a concern, and the reduction of turbine 7 also assists with reducing the effects on South Knapdale. So it wasn't just about the receptors on the Kintyre, but South Knapdale was considered.
And finally, on paragraph 82, where I was, production 128, chapter 7, LVIA. Why is there no mention of mitigation on the Isle of Ferry or the A83 of views to and from Dunskeag?
Well, they were some of the key receptors and key routes that were considered as part of the scheme development. But I'm not, and certainly, you know, in terms of turbines 3 and 4 that were reduced, I mean, all of the receptors to the southwest would benefit. And the same with turbine 7 reducing, that also, again, pulls in the ferry to some extent, where it's near Kennecraig. So they were considered, as were many of the receptors in and around the design scheme. So yeah, they were part of our key concerns.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
Can I just stop you there? Mr. Smith's lost connection completely now, so I think it's a good time to stop. If you
I
could
was
remember,
just about to suggest
if you could remember where you got to, Mr. O'Carroll, because I think that last point you made, Mr. Smith would quite like to have that back again after we resume
Okay.
at 2 o'clock. So if we break now, then we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, okay, lovely, thank you. And you should be able to see me now as well. I'm not sure whether that's a bonus or not, but you're stuck with me anyway. So,
Yes, sir, I can see.
So you can see and hear me. Now, just before we broke for lunch, I'd lost connection and I'd not heard Mr. O'Carroll's final question, or indeed the answer that was given by Kelly Anderson. So for my benefit, I'd be very grateful, Mr. O'Carroll, if you could re-ask that, and if Kelly Anderson, if you could repeat your answer that was given at that point, that will help me and perhaps recap everybody else. And then Mr. O'Carroll, if you can then continue from where you wish to be at that point, that would be great.
Yes, sir, I'm happy to recap. I was at paragraph 82 of the LVIA, which is production 128. So I was at paragraph 82. Yeah, it was a short question. So if you go to paragraph 82 of production 1.2.8, sir, you'll see there that there is a number of bullet points. Under the heading of mitigation during operation. There's 3 that starts at page 6, and then there's a further larger number of bullet points over the page. And
Yes,
the
that's why I've
final
got those.
question,
Thank you.
good. So the final question I had was, we were discussing in general the topic of mitigation and the alleged inbuilt or embedded mitigation. And I asked why there was no mention of mitigation in all of those bullet points in relation to Isla Ferry or the A83 or views to and from Dunskeg. That was the exact question.
Okay, thank you. And Kelly Anderson, if you'd be kind enough to just repeat the answer you'd given on that, please.
Yes, the answer was that those receptors are part of the key views and part of the sequential receptors, which were included as part of adjustments and reductions in turbines, improvement in design, and also that those from the Isla Ferry, some of those receptors, such as Kennaicraig, are included in mitigation with regard to turbine, for instance, 7, where it's visible to the north, or equally, the reduction in turbines 3 and 4 are also visible for receptors to the southwest, and when the ferry is in that area, then they do benefit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for your answer. Again, I will now move on to quite a slightly different topic now, moving on to the question of screening. Ms. Anderson, and I'd like to refer now to the new productions which you introduced along with your inquiry report, which are found at what you call them KA 1 to 5, but they're also given a CD number, which is 10.6 A to C. Now, I've got them in front of me. I don't know if you've got them to hand, but essentially what they are is that they are a replication of the previous ZTVs, because you've got one with landscape character designations, one with other designations, and one with route receptors, which are then produced. So they replicate the other ZTVs, except that what you've done with these new productions that you've then introduced is you've added in the screening effect of the parts that you refer to at your paragraph 6.1.4 of your inquiry report. Am I correct so far? Am I correct so far?
Yes, 6.1.6, the supporting figures.
Yeah,
But yes.
I said a bit more. I said a bit more than that. Right. Anyway, if we're on the same page. Now, I think if we perhaps then bear in mind, I don't know if the reporters had a chance just to have a quick glance at figures CD 10.6A through to 6C.
Now we've got those in front of us. So yes, you can
Good.
assume we've got them.
Well, I wonder if then you might, just by way of comparison, then have before you CD 1.3.25. And there you'll have a different ZTV drawing that was one of the original submissions along with the environmental statement. Now, the first point to notice, and again stating the blindingly obvious, is that the shading, the parts that we see in purple or lilac, are considerably less in productions 10.6A to C than in the production we have before us now. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And in other words, then, what has been produced by way of new productions KA1 to KA3 as part of your inquiry report, the shading or the intensity of the shading and colouring is considerably less than the corresponding bare earth ZTVs that have been produced as part of the EIA. That's correct as well, isn't it?
No, I think the colours were similar. I think it might be a scale. So these drawings that I've reproduced, KA1 to 3, they're much more similar rather than to the main ZTV. They're actually much more similar to the original figures, 7.11, which I believe is CD 1.3.32.
Yeah, got
which
that.
shows similar. So I did a series in the ES, which
Yeah.
Sorry, can you just
similar.
pause for a moment, if you don't mind, just so I can bring that up? Sorry, just bear with us a second. Was that CD 1.3.32?
Yes.
Thank you. Just bear with me a moment. Let me locate that.
I think the point you're making is the one that I was making before, was that what you've done is you've taken the original ZTVs and what they showed, and then you've applied your own screening to them in order to produce the new productions. So you've replicated what they did before, but you've added your change to them in relation to screening.
Yes, we've used the screening ZTVs rather than the bare earth, just to give people that contrast and that just so they've got
Fine.
more
I
information.
thought I was going a bit mad there, but that's exactly what it is. That whereas what we've got there by way of the example, 1.3.32 is an equivalent to your, I think, one or other of KA1 to 3. So one of them is a bare earth and the other one's a screening. And the other thing that flows from that is that the one with the screening has the colouring is less strong. The colouring, the shading is lighter in the new productions KA1 to 3, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Oh.
It was. I'm not aware of that.
Okay.
We're using the same color values.
Right, I'll go to 10.6.A. Right, I have in front of me 1.3.32 figure 711. If I go into what's the equivalent one that you produced of new? What's the one that's equivalent to 1.3.32? Is it 1, 2, or 3? KA1, KA2, KA3, K3?
One with landscape character.
Okay, so we've got one with landscape character. And then in contrast, we then have the original one. Which was 1.9.4D. Now, I had thought that when you were answering questions in chief to Mr. Innes, one of the points you were making was that you will see that the shading in your new productions, KA1 to 3, is lighter than the original productions because of the effect of shading, of screening. Sorry, screening. Did I pick that up wrong? Was that not the purpose of the whole exercise?
No, no, no. The purpose, if you compare the two, that the colors, the actual shades of color should be the same between whether it's a screening ZTV or a bearer ZTV. No, the point that I was making, evidence in chief, was that when you are looking at the ZTVs, that the areas that are white, there's no visibility, and the areas that are lighter, the lighter shades, are less visibility than the darker shades. Just making sure that we get the interpretation of that correct. So, for instance, in the Kilbrannan Sound, you'll find that the lighter color is closer to the Kintyre, which indicates less visibility, and the darker shades are further away, where there's greater visibility. And really, I was just making that point, that as you move, for instance, closer, as you read the ZTV, you read that you may be getting closer, but the ZTV is indicating that the colors are getting lighter, and that is indicative of the visibility reducing.
Yeah, that's what I thought I had said to you, but obviously I wasn't using the correct order of words, but I think we're at one on that. Now, presumably then the purpose of producing productions AA1 to 3, which are ZTVs with screening, is to demonstrate to the reporters that the visibility will be less.
Yes.
Because of screening. Yeah. Okay. Again, that's what I thought. Okay. Right. At your inquiry report, if you go to 11.1.3, it's at page 22 of your inquiry report, 11.1.3. It starts, it is also important to note the degree of screening by tree and cover. And then in about the middle of that paragraph, you say, for the inquiry, I've produced a ZTV in figure KA3, which includes the screening effects of tree cover. Right, so now I think we're on the same page. So whilst it cannot be said they're 100% accurate, the screening ZTVs have used a nominal height of 15 meters on the woodland features. So you've used the nominal height for the features that you're incorporating in that renewed ZTV, yeah? Yes?
Yes.
And also you've accepted it can't be 100% accurate. So I'd like to examine what we've got here then and what the reporters should take from it. It would seem to me on looking into this that you are quite correct to concede that they cannot be said to be 100% accurate. Well, obviously, if for no other reason that every single tree is not 15 meters high. But if I could ask you to look at GLVIA guidance, please, which is found at production CD 16.4. 16.4. And if you go to paragraph 6.10 of that, now it's quite a lengthy document, sir. If you're looking at it electronically, you'd want to go to page 109 of 174, 109 of 174 to get to paragraph 6.10. And this is where the GLVIA discuss ZTVs. Do you have that, Miss Anderson?
Yes, I do.
Now, I don't want to read out the entire paragraph if I can avoid it, but it does use the expression bare earth analysis and 6.10 discusses matters that will influence actual visibility. Other landscape components that may affect visibility, for example, buildings, walls, fences, trees, hedgerows, woodlands, and banks, can in theory be added to digital models that are based on terrain. But this is difficult to achieve accurately, especially for a large study area. So you yourself have accepted that the new ZTVs you produced are not 100% accurate. The guidance agrees with you that, particularly in a large study area, which presumably you'd accept this is, it is hard to achieve accuracy. So would you like to venture a guess as to how accurate your new representations, your ZTV representations are? If they're less than 100%, would you like to venture how accurate they might be, if at all?
Well, I think what you can see, we've illustrated in order to ensure a clear understanding of what we've done to produce these ZTVs. There are some notes. I won't go into the notes in detail about how they've been produced, but those notes have been placed on the drawing. And the other thing that we've done is we've given a color to the woodland areas that we have given a height to, so that it's very clear when you're reading the ZTVs what we've actually included as part of the ZTV calculation, so that you can see which woodlands have been included and which haven't. So that if you were on site, for instance, and you were using the ZTVs, you could understand that if you were standing somewhere, you could see whether the pattern that we've identified does indeed match with your experience and what the ground cover is at the moment. And certainly in taking these out, I have taken these screening ZTVs out, and I have found them very useful and reasonably accurate with regard to describing the change and the effect of screening. And it's particularly notable in South Knapdale, where there is so much vegetation, both forestry and deciduous, but equally on in the upland of the Kintyre, again, there's quite a lot of forestry.
But does this difficulty not underscore the reason why we have bare earth ZTVs in the first place? Why we always go with the worst case scenario? Because it's only in that way that you can reduce the subjectivity by the means by which you measure something.
No, I disagree. I mean, this woodland is not a subjective matter. Woodland is there or it's not there. So it's not that these ZTVs are subjective in any way. They're still indicating. But we in the ES we included most of the ZTVs were bare earth. We did include the screening ZTV as part of the EIA, and so that consultees and decision makers had enough information. And then when it's come to producing the inquiry report, the extent of vegetation, I think, is an extremely relevant point. And we felt that that was helpful to draw out for the reporters and for the inquiry.
Well, you say that you found it extremely helpful, and I'm sure you do, and you say that reporters should have enough information. But what I'd like to suggest to you is the fact that you've introduced these screened ZTVs is that is basically an admission that the proposed development results in significant adverse visual effects, and that you're trying to present evidence and emphasize evidence before this inquiry to minimize that actual effect.
Not at all. I mean, we've been very clear throughout the EIA process and this about the extent of significant effects on both landscape and visual receptors. And I think given the extent of agreement between both myself and the council, I think that demonstrates that we're not seeking to reduce those. We're being very clear about those. So no,
Okay.
I disagree.
I see. I'd like to move on to another part of your report, please, dealing with particular receptors. And I'm referring to 2.2.6 of your inquiry report.
Yes.
We've discussed different root receptors previously to this. Can we agree that there's a difference between visibility and visual intrusion? In that visibility is what you can see, whereas visual intrusion relates to the impact of what that visibility would be.
I mean, visual intrusion, I haven't tended to use the word visual intrusion, so I'm not quite sure.
Okay, can't agree that. Can we go back to the LVIA, please, at paragraph 161? That's CD 128 again, paragraph 161.
Sorry, of which document? 161 of?
The LVIA, which is 128. I think you seem to be getting my voice slightly delayed. Is that correct, Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, I've got it now. 161.
I was just asking a moment ago, is my voice being delayed in the way it's being transmitted to you?
Perhaps slightly.
Okay, not too bad.
But I'm
You're keeping up admirably, thank you. Now, a 161, I just want to ask you another question in passing, please. So under the heading of Westlock Tarbert, it refers to, see if I can find the exact one. Increased separation distance. There's a reference to increased separation distance. I'm just trying to locate it exactly for you. Yes, sorry, it's the last sentence, second last sentence. The increased separation distance and extent of intervening screeding does provide some mitigation in these views, and you're referring to viewpoints 5, 7, and 10 up above. So the short question I have is the increased separation distance. Could you tell me, please, increased from what? What is the increased referring to at that paragraph?
well, yes. Well, compared to nearer parts of Westlock Tarbert. So often, as is often the case for development in this area, the closer you get to it, the less visible it is. So the areas closest to the proposed development within Westlock Tarbert are, there's no visibility, whereas at viewpoint 10, there is quite a bit of separation distance.
Okay, all right. And now there's mention of the loch. I think there's a reference to the mouth of the loch. can find it. Yeah. Just where you see viewpoint 10 in bold, it says at the north end of West Loch Tarbert, or at the mouth of the loch near Gia, where the proposed development does fall within the main focus of views. Well, I'm wondering why you selected that, because if we go to figure 1.9.4a, and what I'm doing is I'm increasing it to 200% in magnification.
Just a moment, can you let us catch up? Can you just repeat the reference to the place that you want us to look?
Certainly, sir, certainly. So we were referring to the use of the expression mouth of the loch and then reference to Gia, the island of Gia. And what I'm doing is I'm then trying to get to the map, which is the one that's best at seeing what's actually on the ground.
Okay, yeah, it was that one that I was asking you to clarify.
1.9.4a, figure 7.9a.
Just a moment then. CD 1.9.4a. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, that took me a moment just to find that. Please continue.
Yeah, so if you can remember, sir, what I was saying just a moment ago with regard to the expression in the LVIA, the expression was a reference to viewpoint 10 at the north end of West Loch Tarbert, or at the mouth of the loch near Gia, where the proposed development does fall within the main focus of views. Now, going to that map at figure 7.9a, and for me, I've had to increase it to 200%, and I'm centered now on Ardpatrick Point, just where you see the A83 actually marked. With the obvious distinct threshold for consideration at this part of West Loch Tarbert be between Ardpatrick Point and Rodican Point, where there's a clear entry to West Loch Tarbert is experienced when approaching from the sea. They're not the appropriate place to go from or to consider.
For that being the mouth of the loch.
Yeah, well, you seem to be indicating something
That is reasonable.
quite...
Yeah. Yes, I agree. I think that isn't as clear as it could be. I suspect it means at the mouth of the loch between there and Gia.
Okay, thank you.
Rather than implying that the mouth of the loch was near Gia. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see how that's. Yeah.
Okay, if you go to 7.2.6 of your inquiry report, please.
Sorry, could you repeat that reference?
Certainly. Just a minute. 7.2.6.
Yes.
Now. This is your disagreement with the council with regard to the location of the rocky mosaic landscape character type. And you make a reference to Freesdale being set back. But essentially, I think from this paragraph, you disagree with the extent or the location of the rocky mosaic landscape character type, which the council say is affected by this proposal. Agree? Okay, you're with me so far?
No, I'm not disagreeing with where the rocky mosaic is located.
Are you disagreeing with the effect to which it is affected adversely by this development?
The extent, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
So I've now got figure 7.11, core production 1.9.4D.
D. Right. Yes, so I've got 4D, and what was the other CD?
The only one I want you to go to is 1.9.4D,
Yes, okay, I've got that.
which is figure 711, which sets out the landscape character types.
Yes.
So we have those then marked on that map. I'd like to just look at those with you for a moment. So obviously the upland forest moor mosaic is 6 and the rocky mosaic is 20. At this particular location are the ones that we're concerned with. So looking at this plan at figure 711, do we see that this plan demonstrates that the coast forms the outer edge of LCT 20 and not its inland edge, which abuts the landscape character type 6. So
Yes.
can we agree that the coast forms the outer edge of landscape character type 20?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can I take you back to your inquiry report at 2.2.6 again, please? You're making the point about visibility being notably diminished or not available. And in relation to that comment, you make reference there 226 to the ferry routes. Obviously, you're referring to all of the ferry routes. Can I concentrate on the Isla ferry routes? And if I could go to core document 1.7.11, please. 7.11, yes. Appendix 7.6, which is the ferry route for wireframes. It's technical appendix 7.6.
Yes, I've got that.
Now, I'd just like to look at the Isla ferry routes. So the first one that comes up on the screen is not relevant. And the next route is also viewpoint 12, also not relevant. Going further down. So ferry route between Kennecraig, Kintyre to Port Escaig, Isla. So I'm interested in just taking you to viewpoint A from that. A.
Yes.
So from that location, from that ferry viewpoint and a B as well, I would just like to get from you, using the wording at 226 of your inquiry report, are there any sections of the route where the visibility of the development would be notably diminished or not available?
On the ferry route?
Yeah, the Isle of Ferry route.
Yes, so point, I'm getting the ferry route back. So point A, so there is a patch in the middle where it's either very limited or no visibility. If you have a look, as you say, at that the ZTV previously, it's very light in and around the mouth entrance, as you've just defined, and I don't know, for a few kilometers passing by Dunskeag, as Dunskeag does provide quite a bit of screening as well as the coastal hills and Sheirdrim.
Would it be fair to say that the point A that we're looking at there, that actually forms a a brief part of the overall view?
Well, it's representative of, I don't know, one would say several kilometers section as you pass by Dunskeag. If you're looking at both the ZTV, which is on, as you've indicated, what was it, 1.9.4 D, you can see the route as it comes through, and as you approach and enter the West Loch Tarbert, there's no visibility or very limited visibility as you pass by Dunskeag.
Right. Could I ask you to look at your
On the
additional visualizations from Ardpatrick House? So that takes us to CD 10.6E, please. 10.6E. That's your KA5. Track outside Ardpatrick House. Right. You can see Sheirdrim represented in the wire line in the middle image.
So this wire line was taken or represents from the shore.
Yeah.
And
So can we agree that this together with viewpoint 5 that we've already discussed, these are effectively proxy views from the ferry when it's within West Loch Tarbert, isn't that right? Is that fair to say?
well, I think they're indicating the sort of visibility. I think in West Loch Tarbert, and as I said, the closer that you get to the entire peninsula, the more the visibility drops away. So obviously seen on KA1, there's even less visibility than is shown on, sorry, in A1 on the appendix that you've taken me to, that there's less visibility there than there is on KA5, this last wire line. And part of that reason is because you've moved further away, and often when you move further away, you do get a bit more visibility because Dunskeag and the coastal hills and Sheirdrim Hill are providing screening.
Okay,
But
so we can just
again,
if we can just focus on the points that I wanted you to look at. That's the visualizations from Ardpatrick House at 10.6E and viewpoint 5, which we've already looked at. Do you not see those as being views from the ferry within the West Loch Tarbert?
well, they're not actually from the ferry route. They're from the coast near.
That's why I used the word
near
proxy. That's why I used the word proxy. Yeah.
Okay.
And do we see that in both of those viewpoints, we see an increased visibility?
Compared to A, yes.
Okay, now could we look at co-production 01.9.28. Oh, 1.9.28. Yeah, cumulative update. This is
the cultural heritage wireline.
Yeah, that's right. That's the one that I believe you were asked to produce by HES, Historic Environment Scotland. Is that right? Is that correct?
When you say me, I haven't been in consultation with Historic Environment Scotland.
It was produced by somebody. It was produced by somebody in answer to a
SLR.
HES. Okay. Now, so this is a larger version of wireframe C. That we saw previously, I think. Anyway, the short point is, again, do we see the increased visibility of Sheirdrim Hill from this?
Yes, as you move away from the mouth of the loch, the extent of visibility does increase. That is reflected in the pattern of the ZTV.
Right. Well, with all of that, could I perhaps just summarize with regard to a comment you made that the viewpoints commonly show a worst case of visibility? And we see that from what we've looked at, that there is consistent visibility of the turbines from the Kilbrannan ferry route towards Isla.
Do you mean Isla to Kennecraig?
Sorry, the Kilbrannan. So within the Kilbrannan.
Kilbrannan's the Arran ferry?
Sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, beg your pardon. Well, while I have you there, is there a consistent visibility of the turbines from that particular route from Isla across the Kilbrannan Sound?
Well, the Kilbrannan Sound is in the ferry between Arran and the Kintyre.
Yeah, but are there consistently clear views from there?
Mr. O'Carroll, you a moment ago appeared to be asking about the Isla ferry, and you now appear to be asking about a different ferry route, and I suspect that's confusing the witness. Do you want to just take a moment and then
No, it's fine.
advise us which it is that you're wanting to ask about?
I was asking. I was asking about figure 11.6 wireframe C for the Isle of Ferry.
So to be clear, yes, so that one, and that's the one that takes in views from the Kennecraig to Isla ferry that would travel along West Loch Tarbert to Isla.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I understand that.
I think what's happened, sir, is that the name Kilbrannan has crept in, and I meant the other crossing from. Anyway, I was talking about the Isle of Ferry anyway. And on that same note, then, could I ask you to look, please, at 11.4.9 of your inquiry report? 11.4.9. Following further fieldwork and evaluation of the area decision by Scottish ministers, I now agree with the council that significant effects would extend from West Loch Tarbert to the east of Gea, with a moderate level of effect on the views from east of Gea to Kennacraig. I think that's what I was getting mixed up, Kennacraig instead of Kilbrennan. But anyway, I am at 1149, and so are you in agreement with the effects on the Isle of Ferry route? Are you in agreement with the council with regard to the effects on the Isle of Ferry route, Ms Anderson?
Yes, we are more in agreement now. Yes, we agree. I believe moderate effect and significant.
Thank you. Now I'd like to go back to reduction that I've been going to a lot. It's 1.9.4a. Figure 7.9. And the reason I'm going to this, if you could, again, I got mine at 200%, which I find quite helpful. Yeah. Now, Airy, you can see Airy, where it's located, because it's now consented, and we've got it there, just south of Kilberry, north west of the proposed site. Now, with regard to Airy, you make certain comments about the Airy consented proposal in your inquiry report. Now, can I just ask you if this, hopefully this map will be sufficient for our purposes, but is it fair to say that it's set further back from the shores of West Loch Tarbert than this proposal?
Yes, I think that is clear on the map.
Yeah, thank you. And also with regard to that, can it be seen, Airy can be seen in the context of a relatively simple, densely forested hill slopes, rather than close by a landmark feature, by which I mean Dunsgaig. So the contrast I'm drawing is that it's relatively simple, densely forested hill slopes.
It's a very similar landscape character type to the upland of the Kintyre.
Yeah. Okay. And am I also right in understanding, I've tried to look at the decision in Airy to see if I can get an answer to this, but am I right in understanding that Airy is located in a depression which reduces the vertical heights of the turbines when seen from the Isle of Ferry? Is that correct?
I'm not sure. A depression. It is on the southern slopes, on some of the south-facing slopes.
Okay. Can we
And it
agree
is
then
visible
that,
from the ferry.
can we agree then, because of the topography upon which it is located, its visibility is less from the ferry because the overall height of the turbines is lower?
The turbines are consistent. Some of them are lower, but some of them are very similar sized. So I think with Airy, they had some that were 131, one that was some 38.5, and some that were 149.9.
(11.4.16) of the inquiry report. We've already been to this, I think. There's a reference to, just find it. Sorry, I'm going to take you on to another production completely. Could you go to CD 2.1.9, 219, which is the grounds for objection from the council. And if you can go to
I have that.
page, thank you. If you're able to go to page 9 of 13 of that, that takes you to the second ground of objection, which is the visual impact.
Yes.
Now we've got a reference to the Isle of Ferry route. And then it says the Lagrange to Clonaic ferry route, cumulative effects will occur within the operational Freesdale wind farm. This proposal would considerably increase the spread of turbines seen on the Kintyre skyline. The proposal would be considerably more prominent than the Freesdale wind farm in views from Lagrange and the Kilbrandon Sound due to their larger size, being 149.9 instead of 100, and because of the greater vertical and extent and visible on a higher part of the upland backdrop to views. Now, firstly, I'd just like you to observe what's been said there in relation to the ferry route and the greater visibility of this proposal than would occur for Freesdale. Firstly, do you see that? Do you recognise that that's what's been said?
I recognise what it's been said, and I agree that the proposed Sheirdrim would be more visible than Freesdale is currently.
Thank you. Then if you could go please to CD 1.7.11. 7.11. Technical appendix 7.6.
Back to the ferry route.
Yeah. Again, I think you've already given me the answer, but I was taking you to this to demonstrate the more elevated sighting of Sheirdrim in comparison with Freesdale from the ferry routes, but I think you've already accepted that.
Yes, and I mean, it's worth bearing in mind where Escart is in this view, because Escart is consented and that would appear in front of Sheirdrim.
Yeah. And going back to an earlier discussion we had, and you recollect I was looking at the contour lines of the location of Sheirdrim. Is there a matter within your knowledge that Freesdale lies around about 180 meters AOD?
I can't quite recall. I'd need to look at that in a bit more detail. Just get this.
Well, we might have evidence of that from the other Miss Anderson. But if I'm right about that, then we could see that if that's the case, the Freesdale turbine heights are 100 meters. And if it's located at 180 meters AOD as opposed to 220 to 250 AOD, that means that there's an overall differentiation between the visible heights of about 120 meters between one and the other, isn't there?
Well, I'm just looking at the ZTV. This is KA1, but any of the ZTVs that are a little bit more enlarged that I produced as part of my inquiry report. When I look at that and where Escart is, Escart, some of the turbines are lower. Perhaps, yes, I think probably some of them are down at 180, but some of that's probably at the lowest ones. at the north end of the site, but the southern ones climb all the way up onto the not quite the summit, but certainly onto the high part of the hill slope.
I was actually asking about Freesdale, not Escart.
Freesdale. Oh, sorry, apologies.
The arithmetic was as follows. It was that Freesdale turbines are 100 meters high and not 150 meters high. It is 180, if I'm correct, it's 180 meters AOD as opposed to 220 to 250 AOD. So putting the arithmetic together, you can add 70 to 50, which would mean that the actual visible turbine differentiation would be in the order of 120 meters.
Well, I mean, you've got to take perspective into account, but yes, I mean, I have acknowledged that the proposed Sheirdrim is going to be more visible than the operational Freesdale is at the moment, and I think the visualizations clearly show that.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, I think it's you know, the Freesdale there is useful, but I think you've also got to appreciate what's been consented at Escart, because that is part of the consented baseline.
Yeah, but Escart is also turbines of 100 meters high as well, isn't it?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just mindful of the time. It looks like we're just before 3 o'clock, so I'm thinking it might be helpful for us just to take a 5-minute break just now and come back at 3:05.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think you might also perhaps might also like an appreciation from me as to how much further I might be.
Yes, I'd welcome that.
I'm happy to report that I've been making steady progress, and I'd anticipated that I would take about 4 hours with this witness, and I'm on track to be on time with that.
Okay, you'll have to forgive my ability to add up time from the point at which you started. Does that mean you think you would cross into tomorrow, or does that mean that you think you would?
No, I think I'll finish today. I will
I
finish
see.
today.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
And what time did you want to do it?
I was looking at around about 4 p.m., but I think obviously there's some matters for us to discuss about the future programming of this session and Carol Anderson's availability and what have you that we'll touch on towards the end.
Okay. So did you want to have a break just now, sir?
Yes, please. I think if we take 5 minutes just now, so we come back at 3:05, and then we'll continue, Mr. O'Carroll, until you think you finish, or till we get to 4 o'clock, or whichever comes first, and then we'll take soundings at that point.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So 5 minutes. So 3:05, please. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everyone still hear me and see
Yes,
and
thank you,
everything
sir.
else? Marvelous. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, then, yeah, Mr. O'Carroll, if you want to carry on where you left
Thank
off.
you. I'll take away. Ms. Anderson, could you go to 8.1.5 of your inquiry report, please? And I'd like to just ask a few questions with regard to your treatment of the council within your inquiry report. And I'll start with this one. So at 8.1.5, you say, in my opinion, the council has not given enough consideration to the site-specific analysis within the LVIA. Now, there are two things I'd like to say in response to that. Should I ask you to look at your own inquiry report at 232, please? And you say it is the case that significant and adverse landscape and visual effects are almost always found to arise in relation to new commercial renewable energy development. However, similar developments both near the site and throughout Scotland have been determined to be acceptable in the overall decision-making balance. Well, I think perhaps you can pick up the contrast I'm making, because you say the council is not site-specific enough, but that sentence, that paragraph, gives away what appears to be a very generalistic statement and seems to get away from what we agreed earlier, that it's very important to get the right development in the right place. Would you agree?
Well, I was simply, certainly 2.3.2 is just making it clear that significant effects in themselves don't always equate to unacceptable effects. Just
Yes.
that simple, just making that absolutely clear.
Yes, and you quite correctly state above that the significance in LVIA terms is significance is quite separate from acceptability. That's right. But I'm glad you raised that, because it brings on the position of the local authority in its functions, because it does have to then take an overall view as to what's acceptable. And obviously, this hasn't deemed to have been acceptable in the views of the local authority, having considered them. But I would like to ask you to look at some other matters with regard to that approach taken, and contrary to your assertion that there isn't site-specific analysis. So could I ask you please to look at Carol Anderson's inquiry report at paragraph 6.4. 6.4. And you can see there that she points out correctly that the council didn't even object to Ben-on-Turk 1 to 3, Dukeran Hill, or High Constellation. That's right, isn't it?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, and also Airy, in fact, after detailed consideration. But by contrast, I think it's worth pointing out now that obviously there's been a lot of discussion about the existence of Freesdale and Escart, but obviously these were both appeal decisions, and it wasn't Argyll and Bute Council that consented those. They did object, and they were refused, and they went to appeal, and then they were granted on appeal by a reporter. So they're somewhat distinct, aren't they? Yep.
Yes, I believe that's the planning history.
Yeah, okay, so so in your criticism of Argyll and Bute Council, I think it's only fair that you bear in mind, or one should bear in mind, that as a local authority, it requires to consider the benefits of a scheme in terms of renewable energy production versus the overall effect on the landscape and visual effects. That's fair to say, isn't it?
Yes.
But also, though, talking again about generic comments, it does appear to me, and I'll offer this for your comment yourself now, is that in terms of what you're saying about other schemes that have been accepted within the Argyll Peninsula, it seems to be that your point of view is that if it's within LCT 6, if it's within the Upland Forest Moor Mosaic, then that equates to acceptability.
I've not stated that, no, not necessarily.
No, it's not.
I think you do have to consider, I mean, I do agree with the capacity study that you do need to consider, you know, each site on its merits, and the capacity study does make that clear.
Yeah, so you're agreeing with me then that just because our proposal is within LCT 6, it doesn't necessarily follow that it's acceptable, because one must consider all the other aspects of the scheme and its overall impacts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you go to 2.3.4 of your inquiry report, please, under the heading of significant effects? More on a related topic, I am aware that there are also locations in the local area where wind farm development has been found and inquired to be unacceptable in the decision-making balance, including developments known as Killane and Cregan. You then say these sites and projects help to inform the LVIA and my evidence. So I'm a bit perplexed about this, because I can take you to the decision if you wish, but we've seen the date of the LVIA, we know the date of your report, but the Cregan decision was 23 June 2017. So the Cregan decision could conceivably have been taken into account in the LVIA. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we reviewed quite a few of the sites and the decisions that had been made in the local area.
Okay, but if you could go then please to core production 15.26. Which is the Killane decision.
Yes.
Now, we can see the first page that this is dated October 2019. And in fact, that this is the report. And I can tell you, because I was involved in that same inquiry, that the actual decision itself didn't come out for a couple of months later in December 19. So I'm struggling to understand how it is that you could have taken on board the Killane report for LVIA that was produced in 2018, when the Killane decision didn't come out until 2019.
No, at the time when we produced the EIA, Killane was included as a cumulative site in the cumulative assessment as still a proposal. It was outstanding, but I've since, obviously that report has come out, and in preparation as part of the evidence for this inquiry, we have reviewed that decision.
Right. Anyway, so the actual determination of the merits of Killane couldn't in fact have formed any part of the LVIA, could it?
Not the judgments, no, because they hadn't been released.
But in any event, then I have to say though that even if your evidence, even if your current evidence is informed by the Killane decision, surely that will make you realise that having 16 turbines of 149.9 meters in height, which are visible from both Gia to the west and Arran to the east, is likely to be unacceptable.
Well, I think you've got to take each scheme on its own merits. And I think the Killane scheme certainly did identify significant effects on both Arran and Gia, whereas Sheirdrim, we haven't agreed significant, no one's asserted significant effects on Gia or Arran. So I'm not quite sure.
Well, I think there's a similar issue, and I'm going to come to that anyway. No one has said effects on Gia. I'd like to look at the Culzean decision if I can, just briefly. I hope to take as little time as possible with this. If you could go to that decision and go to paragraph 3.99, please. And I'll give you the page reference. It's to be found at page 39 of 139 electronically.
Three 3.99.
Yeah. So at 3.99, this is the reporter who's narrating the concern of Argyll and Bute Council, which led to their objection to that particular scheme. And it was said by the Argyll and Bute Council at that time, the peninsula is a narrow landform, an average 12 kilometres across. At the inquiry, the applicant's witness discussed a tension in relation to siting wind turbines. If they are too far east, they will have visual impacts on North Arran National Scenic Area. Too far west, they'll have impacts on views from Gia. I beg your pardon, this is actually the submissions on behalf of the developers. Just now you could move on through to page 2, paragraph 3.232. Just so we can get that ahead of you. 3.232. That's electronic page 58 of 139. And the conclusions of the reporters were that harmful views of the turbines will be seen by residents and visitors travelling about the area to and from Gia, users of the Kintyre Way, walkers in Arran, and users of the ferries.
Sorry, I've lost you.
3.232, which is found at electronic page 58 of 139.
Okay, I think I'm there.
And where I was, 3.232, it makes a conclusion that the concerns of the council and SNH about the visual impact of Culzean are, in our view, well founded. That was because of the concept known as overtopping, because Culzean could be seen both from Gia and Arran, yeah, on the narrow peninsula. And if we go further down to 3.246, 3.246. It says, it is our conclusion that the cumulative visual impacts would be additional to the visual impacts we've described. The view with other wind farms would serve to emphasize the scale difference of the Culzean wind farm and the overtopping of the landform. This effect was seen continuously for those walking at elevated positions at those particular locations. So the point raised by the council was this concept of overtopping because the turbines were simply so high, because they were 149.9 meters. And because they were so high and on elevated ground, they could be seen not only from Arran to the east, but from Gia to the west. And in this case, Ms. Anderson, this is another proposal on a peninsula which is roughly the same width at this particular point, which can also be seen from receptors to the east and receptors to the west of the peninsula. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it was, yes, seen on both sides.
So I hesitate to interrupt, but from reading the council's objection, I don't recall that the council's objection is based on views from either Arran or Gia, and there's acceptance that there would not be significant effects. So I don't know if the council are now putting that as a proposition. To be clear as to if this is now forming part of the council's case, that is effectively an Arran and a Gia argument being added to the reasons of objection. And I just need to be clear because I've not prepared for this inquiry on that basis, given the level of agreement that we reached with the council. But I'm not objecting because I think it's important that you hear all the evidence and you can hear it afterwards. But I just want to understand from the council's perspective, is that what they are now seeking to add to their position?
Is that so, Mr. O'Carroll? Do you want to just explain?
Just bear with me a moment, sir. I'm looking in Carol Anderson's inquiry report for the relevant section, which deals with this issue of overtopping. Yeah, if you look, sir, paragraph 8.5 of Carol Anderson's inquiry report, production 10.7. She says location and size of turbines within the proposal will lead to it overtopping the narrow extent and lower hills of the northern part of the Kintyre Peninsula. This would result in significant effects on views both from the Kilbrannan Sound to the east and from West Loch Tarbert, southwest Knapdale, and from associated seascapes to the west. So the answer to the question is that the answer is, in fact, well, it's partly no and partly yes. As far as the witness was concerned, I was introducing the concept of overtopping, and I was doing it in the context of Culzean, which the witness said she'd taken into account in producing her inquiry report and in giving evidence to this inquiry. Thereafter, in answer to Mr. Innes's question, the answer is he's quite correct with regard to the objections from Arran. There was agreement, and indeed there's no objection from the views from Gia. So, but the point is the same. The point is the same and has now been clarified by what I've read out from Carol Anderson's inquiry report. That the overtopping means that it's visible because of the narrow nature of the Kintyre Peninsula. It is visible from viewpoints both east and west out to sea of the peninsula. And it is correct to say that the point at which it's been picked up by Carol Anderson is the Kilbrannan Sound, and from and West Loch Tarbert and southwest Knapdale from the west. So those are the viewpoints, the points of visibility that, in fact, for this particular proposal, I'm relating the overtopping issue to. I hope that makes it clear.
Okay, Mr. Innes, having heard that, did you have anything to say?
No, thank you very much, Mr. O'Carroll. That's extremely helpful. I'll deal with some of the matters in re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's keep going then. Mr. O'Carroll, over to you.
Thank you. I can leave the Culzean decision now. I'll close that if you need to have space on your computer. Your inquiry report, please, Ms. Anderson, at 8.1.5. You look at the able the AbleWex, or LWex as it's called sometimes, with regard to that, and I think you provide your own interpretation of what it says there. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily an interpretation of what the LWEC says, but how the design is complied with the guidance that's been set out.
Okay, but we will accept then that there's a divergence of opinion with regard to the statement you just made, and that of Carol Anderson, who in fact wrote the AbleWex.
Sorry, just before you answer that, we appear to be getting a degree of feedback. I think what's happening is, because you've both got your mics switched on, when one of you speaks, we're picking up your voice from the delay in the other person's speakers through their mic. So perhaps if when you finish speaking, you can just switch your mic to mute and then the other person can speak. I appreciate that's more of a faff, but it will at least allow us to hear a little clearer what's being said. So if you could do that, please, that'd be really helpful.
So.
Well, what I suggested was that on the one hand, we have a council witness who is the author of the AbleWex study, and I suggested, because you obviously come to a different point of view in relation to the same document, that obviously your interpretation of it must be different to hers. I think that's fairly safe to say, isn't it?
I'm not sure I 100% agree. I mean, I think the conclusions may be different, but I think we both seem to be, I mean, I think the LWEC is quite clear in identifying sensitivities in design guidance. So I've set out how the design has adhered to quite a lot of the guidance that is in the LWEC. I think Carol seems to have drawn out some aspects of the LWEC, moving on from the EIA. I think it's really with regard to conclusions rather than interpretation.
That seems fair. Conclusions are different because she looks at it a different way to you. And what she draws from it's different from what you draw from it. Yep.
Yes.
Okay, well, if you go to page 15 of your inquiry report, and you say, and I think you've said this in your evidence in chief as well, no significant effects are identified. Significant effects on the rocky mosaic LCT would be localized.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Can you just remind us which paragraph we're looking at, please?
Page 15 of the inquiry report from Ms. Anderson. Page 15, because at this stage it's the bullet points, and it's section 815.
Sorry, 815. This is just at the top of the page?
Yep.
Okay, that's understood. Right, sorry, thank you.
So at the last bullet point, the point I'm focusing on is significant effects on the rocky mosaic would be localized and would not represent a significant intrusion on the setting and views from the adjacent settled and small-scale rocky mosaic. So here we have a clear difference in opinion. So I'd like please to look at some viewpoints, and these to be found at CDs 1.9, 1.9.6C, 1.9.10B, and 1.9.12B. And those are viewpoints 2, 6, and 8 respectively. I'll just go through. I'll go through them each in turn just now. So 1.9.6C. Which is viewpoint 2. And we have
3.
the photo model. We have that. We have the photo montage for that as well. Then it's viewpoint 6 is at 1.9.10b. 1.9.10b. If we could all open that together. Which is the Dunskeg viewpoint, viewpoint 6. And just like the reporters, to have a look at the visibility of the effects and the intrusion. And finally, 1.9.12b. 1.9.12b, which is viewpoint 8. And that's the view from the 83 southwest of Clachan, and we can see from that viewpoint there the effects, the visual effects. So what I'm doing here is I'm contrasting for your comment the statement you've made that the significant effects would be localized, would not represent significant intrusion, and looking at those views. Do we see that those views, in fact, demonstrate that there would be a significant intrusion at that point?
Well, I guess let's be clear. I have identified significant effects on the rocky mosaic in the area that these viewpoints are located. So it's not that I'm saying that there aren't significant effects. It's just that these significant effects are relatively localized, as I've said. I mean, taking viewpoint 2, that's right on the boundary between the upland and the rocky mosaic. And looking towards the development, it is all upland. Whereas if you looked back, you'd be looking towards the rocky mosaic. So that's not the most characteristic view of the rocky mosaic in the pack.
What I would like to ask, though, is just the simple question is that, are these truly what you would call localized effects, or do they go a bit wider than that description?
No, I think when you look at the pattern of the ZTV, you'll see that we have gone, as I mentioned earlier, with regard to the location of viewpoints, we have placed those viewpoints where the visibility is most open and where there are those areas of visibility. So it's not widespread throughout that area of the rocky mosaic, but at elevated locations where you do get views into the upland, they will indeed contain views to the proposed development. And in each of those views, they also contain views to the rest or quite other proposals, other wind energy developments within the upland. So for many of those, Freesdale's visible, Escart may be visible, High Constellation and Core visible. So you are seeing more into the upland area, and you're seeing it in the context of the upland landscape.
I'd like to move on to a separate topic now. I'd like to consider the area of panoramic quality, which has been a matter of discussion by both yourself and your opposite member of the council. Now, if I could perhaps start my questions by asking you to look at the case called Upper Sonican, which is at CD 15.41. You could have that before you, please.
41, you say?
15.41.
Yep. Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And if you go to page 175 internally, electronically. Overall conclusions.
Page 175.
The electronic page 175, it's the internal page 174, and the very last bullet point on that page.
Yes, I've got that.
And we can see there that a feature which was of considerable relevance in that case was the North Argyll area of panoramic quality. So the APQ at North Argyll was significant in that particular case. And is it a matter within your knowledge that Carol Anderson gave evidence at that inquiry?
Yes, I believe she did. I think I did see that reference.
Now, I'm going back to your LVIA at this point, which is production.
Sorry, could I just check? I mean, the reporter's conclusion here was that there were significant impacts on the special qualities and integrity of the North Argyll area of panoramic quality.
Yeah.
I haven't assessed. I don't consider that there would be significant impacts on the integrity, and I've not seen that Carol has identified that she thinks that that's going to happen in this case.
Okay, thank you. Noted. Could I ask you to look at the LVIA at core document 128? It's the one we've kept on reverting to repeatedly. And I'm going to paragraph 232 of that document. That paragraph is to be found on the left-hand side of the page, electronic page 21 of 26.
Yes, I've got that.
And it concludes there, the scenic qualities of the APQ would not be significantly altered. And therefore the proposed development would not result in any significant material effects upon the Knapdale/Melfort APQ. Or would not compromise the overall integrity of this APQ. Do you see that's your conclusion?
Yes.
Scenic qualities would not be significantly altered. Could you explain for the inquiry, please, where the scenic qualities of the APQ are described in the LVIA?
I've not there. I mean, there is no statement of importance or special qualities published for the APQs in Argyll and Butte.
Yeah. So
we've not assessed, we've not carried out that assessment on their behalf.
No, but you have made a conclusion upon it, and you have referred to the scenic qualities. So it would seem to suggest, as a matter of logic, that if you're saying scenic qualities would not be significantly altered, you must first of all consider the scenic qualities and then judge the effect upon them. So I'm asking, where have you...
Scenic qualities. So the scenic qualities are those that are displayed within the APQ, and the APQ has been designated on the western side of South Knapdale, and those scenic views are predominantly out to the southwest. They include Gria and Jura and Isla. And those scenic views won't be affected at all by the proposed development. The proposed development is off to the east, back in sort of more inland views. And although I have identified, as I've stated earlier, some significant effects for visual receptors inside the APQ, the panoramic quality that the APQ was designed to protect would still be there, which is those views out to the southwest. Those are the important panoramic views.
Well, I think it's acknowledged by both of you and indeed Carol Anderson that there's no specific citation or background information on the APQ. But is it not important anyway to ascertain what are the purposes of designation of the APQ? Because you use that phrase at 232. It says, based on these considerations, the effects on the purposes of the designation of the APQ would be medium small. So if you're going to use this terminology, you need to identify, do you not, what the purposes of the designation are, or at least to formulate something yourself.
Well, I mean, what we have in Argyll and Bute is the policy, the planning policy. What is it, ENV 13, I believe, which is what sets out the APQ designation. And there, the policy is looking to protect landscape character and the high scenic value, as well as their physical landform and the environmental assets that they represent. So in terms of the landscape character, very little of the landscape character have I identified a significant effect, because the boundary doesn't go all the way up the side of West Loch Tarbert. It doesn't cover all of South Knapdale. So it's really only a very small area. And in terms of the high scenic value of the views, as I said before, I think we've all agreed that those important views are the panoramic views out to the southwest. And the proposed development won't be part of those views. And in terms of landform, the physical landform and the environmental assets that they represent, we're not located inside the APQ itself, unlike Airy, or am I right in thinking at Upper Sonican, that was inside the APQ?
I believe so. Now, so what we have there, what I've drawn your attention to is what we have in the LVIA at pages 18 to 19. You can see that it's a fairly brief consideration starting from paragraph 228 going through to 232. So it starts on page 18 and finishes at the top of page 19. But you spent a little bit more time on it at section 10 of your inquiry report. Now, just got section 10 in front of me. I'm not going to take you to it specifically, but just to remind myself that I can see that you've got section 10 in your inquiry report on the Knapdale area. The Knapdale APQ is runs to some 18 to 22, some 4 pages. So it's a slightly longer consideration you give to it. Are you aware of Nature Spot or HES guidance on designation of local landscape areas?
Is that the 2020?
Could well be. I'm going to refer you to core document 16.17. 16.17, which is Nature Scott and HES guidance on designating local landscape areas.
I've got that.
I take it you're aware of that document.
Yes.
Did you have reference to it when writing the LVIA?
Well, I wrote the LVIA in 2019, and this is the updated guidance 2020.
Okay.
But
Purposes of your inquiry report then. Well, you're familiar with this document. That's really what I'm getting to. Is that a yes? You're familiar with this document?
yes, it is ideal if local designations actually have some sort of citation or a statement of importance, so that for the area as a whole, so that we can identify what are the things that are most important to protect.
Yes. I think we're going to say the same thing. If I could just refer you to paragraph 2.7.11. I'll get the page number in a moment. To page 34. Page 34 of that, it's headed up at 2.7.11, statement of importance. Aspects to be covered by statement of importance. That's a term that I otherwise know as being special landscape qualities.
For national designations, they are special qualities, but for local designations, they can take a range of different things. And
right.
In this guidance, it's
okay. So for national designations, it's SLQs. But this is dealing with statement of importance. Anyway, I think they amount to the same thing, but in a different context.
Yeah.
So the question that I then have for you is that this guidance states, this guidance points out that the key to determining the reason for designation is to prepare a statement of importance. That's obvious, isn't it? Because unless you know what's important, then you can't really consider it. We agreed so far?
well, I mean, I think we can. I mean, we've considered what we think is important, but
no, but it's a matter of principle. I think you can agree with me.
Well, I mean,
Okay,
clearly,
if you can't, I'll move on.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't agree with me that in order to ascertain what has happened or what likely effects on matters of special landscape qualities or similar within the APQ, you can't agree with me that you would need to identify those SLQs before then judging what the effect would be on it. You can't agree with that.
well, I mean, this is really designed for local authorities to carry out an assessment and to create these statements of importance, which is generally exist throughout much of Scotland. It's very unusual. It's quite rare that these days that we have local landscape designations that don't have a citation. But in this case, we didn't have a citation, and therefore I used what was included in the policy document, which I've just gone through with you.
This policy document, the one we're looking at.
The Argyll and Bute, the supplementary guidance where the APQs are designated themselves, which talks about protection of character, high scenic quality views, the environmental assets, landform, that sort of thing.
Okay, well, would it be, well, what I'd like to suggest to you is that if we look at section 10 of your inquiry report, it is largely focused on the degree of visibility of the proposed development from the APQ, rather than the effects on the special landscape qualities within it that have formed the basis of the designation in the first place. That's what I'm getting to. Would you like me to repeat that statement for your comment?
I think you can't ignore the extent of impact on the APQ. I think we've all agreed that actually the extent of impact or visibility within the APQ is very limited. And I think that needs to be borne in mind when considering the impacts. So
Well, I think
Carol has identified.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but I think we're talking about different things. I'm trying to draw you back to a point a little bit earlier. Before you look at impacts, at the extent of impacts on APQ, what I'm suggesting to you is a slightly more methodological and philosophical approach first, in order that you would identify special landscape qualities or the reasons for designation that you wish to see protected in the first place. And then, having done that, identify what the effects would be upon it. But you don't seem to agree with that as an approach, is that right?
I think that's an excellent approach, and I'd highly encourage Argyll and Bute Council to carry that out for all of their APQs, as I believe Carol Anderson had mentioned.
Well, I'm very glad to hear you say that, though, because it doesn't seem to be from section 10 of your inquiry report, and certainly isn't from the LVIA. There is no identification of the special landscape qualities or of the matters which gave rise to the designation in the first place before considering the effects upon them. As I said to you before, it seems to be that you assess the visibility of the proposed development from the APQ.
I considered those aspects which are mentioned in ENV 13.
Okay. And then if we go to 10.1, 10.1.3, 10.1.6 of your inquiry report. And with the first of these, it says, within the grounds for objection, the council claims that the effect on the southern part of APQ would be significant. However, the level of significance on APQ is not stated within the GFO, nor within the consultation response by Carol Anderson. And at 10.1.10.16 says there is a similarity between these two sets of qualities for this area, but it is clear that the qualities mentioned within the GFO for Sheirdrim are very focused on the aspects which might be affected by the proposed development, and so on. So what I'd like to ask you is it fair for you to criticise Argyll and Bute Council in your inquiry report in those terms, given that there is no published methodology for assessing the effects on the local landscape designation, and that there's a limited amount of background information on the APQ, but at the same time, you yourself have not made an attempt to consider what you think are the likely SLQs, either in the LVIA or in your inquiry report?
Well, that's, I mean, Argyll and Bute were the ones that have designated that area. And so it seems to me that if they've designated a local landscape area, then they should be determining on what basis and what it is that they're trying to protect. Reasonable to me. I've not identified a significant effect, and LVIAs really need to focus on where they think significant effects are going to be identified, to focus effort and energy. I mean, again, I think what Carol's looked at here, I mean, even she said that, you know, she's taken a proportionate approach to her assessment. And I guess the point that I was making in 10.1.4, by looking at both what Carol has identified and for Sheirdrim and what was identified for Airy, is that they are actually slightly different. And that really, methodologically speaking, which is, I guess, what you were asking me about, we should be looking at the impact on the APQ as a whole, not just a small part of it. So
Well,
I think
the point,
in my mind, it would be very helpful. It would be very helpful if Argyll and Bute had actually set that out for their area as a whole, given that actually we're only affecting a very small part of it.
well, I think the difficulty is that there's no published methodology for assessing the effects of that designation or the necessary background information. And it's for that reason that at 616 of Carol Anderson's report, she uses the phraseology as follows: I consider the principal special qualities of the South Knapdale APQ are likely to comprise, and then she goes on and describes them. I think what I'm trying to get to you and to ask you about is the contrast that you criticise the council in the terms that we've been through, but in fact you haven't even made an attempt yourself to identify the special qualities that are deserving of protection when you've assessed the effects upon them, and thereafter you've found that there will be no significant effects upon them.
I haven't identified the special qualities because they're not mentioned in ENV 13.
Okay, thank you. That's my answer.
I'm conscious we're coming up to just before 4 o'clock. Mr. O'Carroll, without wishing to push you into rushing, how long do you think you would need?
I think even if I rushed, it would be beyond the tolerance of all of us, sir. So I will, as I say, I've been making good progress, but I do have some other matters to cover.
Okay.
I'm nearly finished with the APQ issue. I'll just be finishing it off, but I do have some other tidying up points to make. So I wouldn't like to say an hour, but I think if I was being cautious, I would say an hour. I'm hopeful of being less than that amount of time.
Okay. Well, I think what we'll look at doing is perhaps picking that up tomorrow. How long have you got to finish off the point that you're making? Did you want to finish off the particular point on the APQ that you were doing? How long do you think you need for that? Or
Oh, hang on.
do you want to
Just
wait
a
till
moment.
tomorrow for that?
10 minutes. Just a second. No, I think now that we've paused, sir, I'll just pick it up tomorrow, and I might manage to just drop it completely.
Understood. And
I've made the main point. I've asked the main questions I wanted to ask. So
that's fair enough. I mean, very happy to kind of pick up tomorrow where you left off today. Margaret Pratt, I'm sorry, I understand you had your hand up and I missed that. My apologies.
Sorry, yes, I was just concerned that we seem to be discussing the APQ South Knapdale, but there is an APQ on down the side of West Kintyre as well, which runs as far as Dunskeg anyway.
That may be the case. It's obviously for Mr. O'Carroll to determine whether that's something that he wishes to ask, and it may be something that you may or may not wish to ask when it's your turn to give evidence. So understand that. Was that it, or were there other points that you wanted to?
No, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, understood. Okay, we're looking at returning tomorrow at 09:30 to pick up where we left off. At the start of the discussion today, obviously, we had a situation where Carol Anderson is no longer able to be with us tomorrow. What I think we'll do tomorrow is we'll look to proceed. We'll continue with Mr. O'Carroll's cross-examination, and it sounds like from what he said, we should be able to get that finished within the early part of tomorrow morning. If Karen Haywood and I have any questions, then we will ask those, and then Mr. Innes can re-examine the witness. I'm hopeful then that that should allow us time to introduce your second witness, Councillor Taylor, Mr. O'Carroll, and then if there is time after that, then I would hope very much that we could proceed and allow Margaret Pratt to give her evidence on behalf of West Kintyre Community Council, and hopefully that would allow us to use up tomorrow as productively as possible. I'd mentioned, and I'll come back to everybody in just a moment, I'd also mentioned that we would look to try and use one of the overspill days from next week. One of the things that we're trying to deal with in our own minds at the moment is there's a possibility of overrun from the historic environment session at the later part of this week. And we're trying to think about some of the logistics for that. We're aware also from the submission of material by the applicant and the council regarding conditions that that session may not last as long as had initially been estimated. And so it might be possible that Wednesday afternoon becomes available to us. So what I'm going to do, I think just now, is to say to you all, as far as the session where Carol Anderson gives her evidence and is cross-examined, could we look at availability or possible availability for next Monday and for the Wednesday afternoon and for the Thursday? So that's the two overspill days and the possibility of that afternoon. And then tomorrow morning, that should allow at least everyone to come back and say whether they think those are days that are possible to fulfill that. And then we can make a decision during tomorrow about which of the days we use. And that way, hopefully we can use the time that's available to us in the most productive way. Does that sound okay? Does anyone have any comments about that they want to make just now? I'll ask Mr. Innes first, and then Mr. O'Carroll and Margaret Pratt. Mr. Innes. Oh, I think you're on mute.
No, still me.
There we go.
Hello, sir. Is that am I back or?
You're back.
Good. That all seems eminently sensible, and we'll obviously we're already potentially signed up for Monday anyway as an overspill day. So as far as we're concerned, we're good to go for all those dates. Probably sensible to have some overspill for heritage, but I think we will do our best to get it all done in the 2 days. But it's probably sensible to have a bit of time left on Wednesday, and that's a sensible time where we certainly can be available. Obviously, that involves another party who's not here online today, so we can make contact with their representatives to say that we're possibly thinking about a Wednesday afternoon overspill to see whether they're available, and we'll try and get a response back for tomorrow. So we're more than happy to try and speak to our colleagues at Morton Fraser to find out the availability of an overspill for heritage into Wednesday, and also advise them of the fact that we are already overspilling next week, and will definitely potentially Monday.
Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Carroll.
Just a moment, sir. Just opening up the just trying to open up the program, sir, which you've actually very, very helpful program, if I might say so. Just trying to find.
Yes, I'm not expecting you to nail your colours to the mast just at this moment.
No,
I was giving you the chance to at least speak
well,
with
I
the
think
parties who.
it does seem very sensible to have next Monday as overspill the next week, but it's very, very hard to predict with regard to Carol Anderson,
Yes,
given the condition of her mother, whether or not it's realistic that she would be able to come back on Monday next week and give evidence in 7 days' time, given the grave situation that her mother is in.
Yes,
so if it could be Wednesday afternoon next week or Thursday, I think that probably would be safer than the Monday.
That had been part of our thinking.
It's very much touch and go, sir, and it's very much really. I honestly can't predict what's going to happen.
No, we understand. We understand that. Okay, and Margaret Pratt, please.
Yes, I can be available whenever. Whatever is agreed.
That's extremely flexible of you. Thank you. Okay,
It's
well,
joys of being a widow and retired.
thank you very much for that. So yeah, if people can have those conversations, and we'll pick that up again tomorrow morning. Before we get, has anybody got any other points we need to pick up before we finish for today? No? Okay. Well, look, thank you all very much for your time today, and we'll pick up tomorrow at 09:30. So if you can please try and join the meeting around about 09:15 to get yourself in, then that would be great. But I'll wish you a pleasant evening, and good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.